So let me I'll make adjustments here with my camera a little bit. Let me turn the amp on. So you can hear me through the amp. Now remember, everybody, how's it going, everybody? If you have any questions, please send them to me. So right now, hi, Thad. How are you? I like their last name. You know, there's a place in Switzerland that I played at years ago, and I don't know how you say your last name, if you're American or not. But you know, just so you guys know, this is a Cremona 7-string that I endorse, and if you like this, contact me. I'm a dealer. I actually can get you a great deal directly through me at Cremona Guitars. They're from Bulgaria, and they make wonderful guitars. So this is basically in tune. So this is a 7-string Cremona nylon. Now, usually you're supposed to play nylon with your fingers. Hey, Anthony. You're welcome, Anthony from Ireland. Great to see you guys. So these are really nice guitars for the price point. You know, this has full EQ. If you look carefully, I'm still trying to learn how to use the EQs. You know, it has blend, volume, notch, contour, frequency, pickup, and mic. Now, if I put it toward the mic, you hear the mic, it's coming through right now. It's you know, pretty powerful mic. And when you use the mic, there's a lot of issues with feedback, I noticed. So it sounds better with the mic though. So let me play you something on this 7-string Eastman. If you have any questions about the guitars, please let me know. So you actually can hear the mic pick my voice up. So, you know, it has a really trebly sound when you put the mic on, too. Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. Turn the treble down and turn the bass up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up. See, I don't like that sound as much as when I blend it in, and actually just so you guys know, the best way to play a acoustic guitar is with no amp at all. So we'll play with this amp a little bit, then I'm going to take it off the amp. See, now it's with the pickup sounds better to me. It has a better sound. You hear that? I can turn it up a little bit. So, and also they say that you should not be so it really sounds great. Now, this is a 7-string nylon. If you get these low notes, now this is with the amp right now, everybody, just so you know, I'm plugged in. Okay, but I'm gonna take it off the amp in a second. So it has, I think the amp just makes it sound doesn't sound as nice. That sounds a little better. I got a decent sound this time. So what I've got to learn how to use is all these contours and notches and stuff. The notch, I think, brings down the feedback. So I'm not an expert at this stuff. That might sound a little better. See that? So this is my Cremona. So just in case you want to know, after this video, I'm going to actually post the names and the brands of these guitars. Yeah, this has EQ sliders. Look. Someone's asking a question. Take a look. Look carefully. See that? It has all kinds of good effects. You gotta learn how to use it. That's a great question. Someone's asking how you get rid of the flying fingers. Well, my fingers fly, but I try to keep them close. That's a technical exercise. So this is like the. So this has EQ. It has a blend, mic. It has pickup and mic blend, then treble, and then contour. Okay. So with the bass coming on and off. As far as flying fingers, everybody, that's a technical question. So if I'm playing like an acoustic guitar, I'll give you a good example of somewhat flying fingers. John McLaughlin. Oh yeah, sorry. Someone was asking about the price. Let me look it up real quick, but I think the price is basically is pretty reasonable. Let me see a Cremona. I forgot to tell you guys about. I forgot to mention prices. So this is the Cremona 7-string. If you look it up, I think it lists for like about. I'll tell you right now. The 7-string at Guitar Center lists for about. They say $1,200, $1,200 to $1,500. Okay. No, sorry, not $1,300. So this guitar lists for about $1,300 minimum, and the maximum you can buy it for is about $1,500. If you talk to me directly, I'm a dealer, so I can get you a good price. You can save you a little bit, another maybe 10% or 15%. So call, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, or go to my website or send me a message or whatever here, and I can get you a deal on these guitars. And all the guitars on the Cremona website, okay? Because I'm an endorser, and I've gotten guitars from my students and fans before, okay? So let me go back to the chat here. Yeah, so it's about that price. Oh, yeah, and this is a nice guitar. So let me play without an amp. So that's with the amp. I might turn it up. If you turn this guitar way too loud for a concert, of course, it feeds back. I was playing in Bulgaria, where this guitar is from, about 4 years ago. I did a concert in the summer. It was about 4 years ago, actually. And we had to put like a tape on the sound hole so it wouldn't feedback. It sounded great after that, To play with a full band is like a lot of. So talking about flying fingers, the best thing to do is practice close to the fingerboard. Yeah, we can export outside the country, actually. I have to talk to Cremona. Cremona's in Bulgaria, and also, but this Cremona USA, just in case you guys don't know, Cremona USA exists, and I deal with Cremona USA. They're based in Sacramento, California. So just so you know how I met Cremona, I met them at the NAMM show in 2013, when I was, they were next to the acoustic guitar magazine booth, and I'm a writer for acoustic guitar. So, like for example, one of my books out right now is Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'm having a sale. We'll talk about that. I'm having a sale right now through Sunday. And you can get this book out for 20% off, autographed, and it comes with videos and everything. But I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and this is from Hal Leonard too. And they actually were next to my booth, and I saw they had a 7-string guitar, and I was starting to play 7-string at that time. I started in 2012. So they don't make, it's hard to find a nylon string 7-string. Nice sound, huh? Oh, you want to get this book? Go to my website. I'll show you. Yuli, is your name Udenyet? Sorry about that. I can't say your name. But if you want to get the book, I'll show you. It's right here. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Go here. You can get anything on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. Also, that's for the printables I have on the end, but you go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday, and you save 20%, okay? If you want to get that book and other stuff too, all my lessons, printable lessons, CDs, everything. Oh, does a string wrap around the tuning pegs change the feel and tension? No, it doesn't actually. No, it's actually pretty loose feeling. Now the strings I'm using on this are let's see if I can find them. They are actually called Royal. Yeah, these strings. So on this guitar, since there's 7 string, I use the Royals strings. Okay, that's what they look like. Okay, these are Royal guitar strings. Actually, Cremona gave me these because these are the ones they use on their guitars for 7 strings on their Fiestas. So these are really great strings, everybody. And that's what I use on this guitar. So let me play it without, I haven't been playing the guitar much. So let me play this song with it so you get an idea. Okay, let me play you something like a bossa nova or something. I'll try to use my fingers, okay? Okay, so that's the 7 string. That was Joe Beam's song called "If You Never Come to Me," and so that's a pretty good guitar sound. Thank you. Let me look at some of the comments here. That this is an advantage over traditional pegs. Yeah, thanks. Love the channel. Great to hear from you. Hear you play. Thank you, Anthony. So I'm demoing 7 string. So let me take the amp off this thing for a second. Let me so this is a Cremona. Just so you guys, I'm gonna have it listed after the show. This is a Cremona F65CW 7 string, okay? And people have been asking me what kind of 7 string guitars I have and what are out there. So this is a nylon string one. If you play with no amp, it sounds really great. I mean, let me go a little bit closer. It's not as big as it sounds. Now you can use your fingers. And I like to do regular jazz on it too. So it has a really nice acoustic sound to it. Yeah, very nice. So it has a nice sound. So it's better. I've used this in the studio. It's much better to play an acoustic guitar with a mic, not through an amp. It has a really nice sound. Just so you guys know, this guitar has no dots on the side or anything. So you have to really know your neck not to get lost. There's no dots on the fingerboard or on the side of the neck on this model, but they're making them with the dots now for people who can't play with no dots. Position marks, we call them, okay? So it's a great guitar. And the price point, if you want to contact me, I can get you a good price. Go to me, go to ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, send me an email, okay? Yeah, you can paint the dots on there. You know what? When I teach kids, I use, this is a secret. I use whiteout. Put little whiteout dots. Make sure it dries. Because when I teach like kids like in elementary school, how to play beginner guitar. I teach beginners all levels of guitar, but they forget that there's whiteout. Their fingers have all whiteout on them, so it's kind of funny. But this is a great guitar for the price. I haven't been playing it much, but it's a really great guitar for the price point. So I'm demoing all my 7-string guitars for you, everybody. Let me pull out another guitar. So any questions about this guitar, please send them to me. It's called the Fiesta F65 CW 7-string from Cremona, okay? They're out of Bulgaria, but they're from Cremona. It's based in Sacramento. It's called Cremona, USA. And actually, you can get a guitar through me, this particular company, at a great price, okay? Better than stores, okay? So contact me if you want to get one. Let me put this guitar away. Let me get my PRS for you rockers out there. I'm a PRS endorser too, just so you know. Let me show you my guitar. So this is the custom SE24. Let me turn the amp back on. It's a really great guitar. I use it for my pop and rock stuff. Let me turn it up. So let me get a rock pick here. Wow. So it's a great guitar. I mean, I play a little bit of funk rock, but this is a really great guitar for all kinds of stuff. I like it for funky stuff. It's a nice clean guitar. It has 24. It has that 7-string here. So I tune my 7-string to a low A. Okay, it's a really great guitar. It has a really great sound. The kind of guitar that appeals to me. What point is on something like this? I think this is like this guitar goes for about $800 or $900. This is like this is actually the Korean version of the 7-string from PRS. So it's it's not expensive actually. So you got to look on PRS's website or go to Guitar Center and get this. Of course, I got this from PRS myself. So it's a really great guitar. So when I'm playing solos, I think the scale is a 25-inch. I think it has 24 frets. Okay, has 2 pickups. I don't know what pickups are on. I didn't research that. I'm sorry, guys. Just take a look online. You'll find it. It has 2 humbuckers. 5-way switch 1, 5-way switch 1, 2. Oh no, three-way switch. I'm sorry about that. 1, 2, and 3. Volume and tone. Really simple. 24 fret scale. So I have like here's E. It's pretty. It goes really high. Woo! I have it on the treble pickup. I like the 24 frets, guys. It's really cool, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't have my effects pedals plugged in. A there too. It's really a great guitar. I don't have my overdrive today. I have my clean Fender amp. Oh, let me see. The scale is PRS 25-inch. I think so, Dan. Just look it up. This is a custom 24 7-string, the Korean-made version. It goes for $800 or $900 list, I think. Yeah, yeah, great. Yeah, it's blues. The finish is a killer, isn't it? Look at this. Look at the finish. It's nice. I mean, it's a well-made guitar. You'll see right in the back too. You're looking right in the back here, everybody. It says, you can see that. Oh, other way. It says made in Korea. You see that? I don't know if it's the right way, but anyway, it's it's made in Korea, and it's a good price. It's a nice guitar. I've done recordings with this, recording sessions, Broadway shows. When I need a solid body guitar. I need to play my solid body guitar more often, actually. I'm doing a lot of jazz stuff with my art stop, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. So it's a really great guitar. Let me see. So you get that low A string, which is really great. But you know what I want to get? I want to get an 8-string guitar. I'm going to try to talk to Tosin Abasi about getting one of his Abasi's concept guitars, so I can learn those 8-string guitars. So I can learn all the bass lines and all the crazy stuff he does. Yeah, he's really great. So let me see some questions here. Beautiful finish. Yeah, they're only $800. Gonna talk to Tosin? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him. It's funny. Hendrix is my hero too. So I saw Tosin Abasi at the NAMM show a couple of years ago when his guitars came out. But it's so hard to talk to people that I didn't want to talk to them about getting a guitar, and they're all sold out since the pandemic. But I want to get one of those things because I just from his company to help support him, but also because I want to get another guitar like that. So, yeah, Tosin used to have a custom Eastman Elroy 7-string. I didn't know that. I don't keep up with all these guitar players. There's too many of us. Too many of us here. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, so that's my PRS 7-string. It's really, it's a pretty good guitar. I'm gonna adjust the amp to give it a little bit more bass. To me, I don't like it too trebly. Yeah, I have the treble up a little bit too much. Let me turn the treble down. So this sounds better to me than... I have the treble cut down a little bit. If I put it up a little bit, it has a little bit more sound. It has a pretty good sound. I need my overdrive to do that kind of stuff, though. You know what I mean? So this is a great guitar. Pretty good. And it has really great effects, really clean sound. Okay, so that's my PRS SE 7-string. Let me pull out another 7-string for you. Oh, let me see. Do you have any Javier Reyes 8-string classic guitars and Animals and Leaders with Tosin? Do you know? No, I don't know those 8-string guitars. I want to get an 8-string guitar eventually. The only problem is with 8-string guitar is that the tuning. I use a low A, and I think they use a like a low B and like maybe another E. I'm not quite sure what the tuning is, but I use a low A, so I'm used to using a low A. So it doubles my A string, and that's cool for me, but because I use it for a jazz kind of way, like George Van Epps. So, but if I want to get an 8-string, I have to do it. You have to think completely different, okay? So, you know, I'd like to try just to get one of those guitars and try them out, but I don't know those 8-string guitars yet. I have never tried one, so I want to get into it. So let me get another guitar here. Let me put this on standby and show you this other one. So that was my PRS. Now I have an Ibanez steel string. Yeah, it's hard to find these type of things, you know. So this is an Ibanez steel string, 7-string. Sometimes it has a weird sound coming through the amp recently. Remember these guitars? Wow. Yeah, hey, you see my Instagram reels. Thanks. This is a 7-string steel string. Now, it has a weird sound through the amp. You know, these things should not be played through an amp. Just so you know. So, doesn't have a clear sound. But it's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this guitar with a mic. And it sounds great. Through an amp, it's not that great. So, this is an Ibanez. And this is called the Ibanez AEL 2073 steel string guitar now. With a 7th string. Those are rare to find. Okay? So these are really cool. Let me see. There's some kind of weird sound coming through this too. I don't know why. See now, it has a weird sound to the amp, but it's a really great guitar. You hear that? Now if I take it out of the amp, let me turn the volume down. It has a nice acoustic sound to it. Listen to this. Hear that? I gotta get close to the phone. Really nice sound, you know. Nice sound, huh? So this is the Ibanez guitar. I think I spent $1,000 on this at least. I bought this about 6 years ago. You know, when I love the 7-string steel string guitars. They really make some cool. You can do some great like accompaniment stuff with this, like this kind of stuff. That's a really cool sound. Yeah, so funky, lovely guitars. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. Steve Vai started on what? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but just so you guys know, you know, I have to advertise myself a little bit. If you're enjoying this, please you know, please join my Patreon if you want to. You know, I'm giving lessons there. Someone just signed up from YouTube today. You know, I start with lessons at a little as $3 a month for one lesson a month. Okay, and it helps support me and my channel. So you can just go to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music and join my patron. If you're enjoying my content, you know, and So I'll have some more announcements in a minute. But so this is a really great guitar. You have any questions about this, anybody? If I put this away, yeah. Let me see if I can play you like a kind of a bluesy song. Let me see if I can put the amp on a little bit. It sounds kind of terrible to me. Let me try that. It has a really weird sound. Let me try something. Whoa. You hear that? I can't do that. So I won't use this. So let me take that out. I'm going to take this out and use my no amp. So look at this. I'm going to play you like a little blues. Yeah, so I use a low A. Someone's saying Steve Vai used a low A. So, Steve Vai uses a low B because I use a low A because jazz guys use a low A string. Rock guys, everybody tends to use a low B. Okay? So, and in Brazil, which is kind of weird, they use a low C on the 7th string. So they're all good, So when I started playing 7-string guitar, Bucky Pizzarelli, my guitar teacher at the time, who passed away actually about a year ago from COVID, he told me to switch to low A because that's how George Van Epps played. Check out George Van Epps. He was the master 7-string jazz guitarist. Oh, thank you. I'm trying my best, man. It's hard to play all these guitars. But I'll play you like a song I wrote that I dedicated to Lightning Hopkins called Bucket Blues. Yeah, so that's one of my songs. That's off my album called Acoustic Invent Yours. You can find on my website. Looks like this, the record. I got too many things here. That's from my album called Ron Jackson Acoustic Invent Yours. And it's actually sponsored by a lot of people. A lot of, from Peterson Tuners to Tomastic Strings, Irie Guitars, Seymour Duncan Pickups. They help support my record, Cremona, Moody Leather Straps. So thank you guys who supported my record. So that song's on there with all acoustic guitar songs that you're not used to hearing, okay? And Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review. And I write for them actually too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. You can find it on Spotify as well too. You can get it directly from my website. Just so you know, I'm celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram, everybody. And I'm having a sale on my website for all my CDs. 20% off. Use code SUNDAY, okay? And you can get 20% off anything on my website. CDs, books. This book is on sale too with it. Chords at Your Fingertips. It's a great book with a bunch of acoustic guitar writers like me. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan. These are, it's a great book to learn how about chords. You can get that 25% off my website, and you get it signed, and I'll help you with the book too. and it comes with videos too. So it's a great little book. So that's my steel string acoustic. Now let me move to my jazz guitar that I always use. Let me put this over here. So let me plug in my Eastman 7-string guitar. Take a look at this. So this is a great guitar. Let me adjust this. So it's my Eastman guitar here. So it plugs in from the back here. It's hard to switch between all these guitars, guys and girls, because they're so different, you know. It takes a little finagling to be able to play through all these guitars. Let me turn the I'm going to turn the amp on. So this is the 7-string guitar. It's a really nice guitar. It has you know, it's made out of, I forget what it is. These list for about $3,000, okay? And they're made in China, but this is actually really carved, the top. Okay, it's a really great guitar. Hey everybody, thank you, Poland. Yeah, there's a finish right here. Thank you. The finish is nice, you know. I mean, I've had this guitar for quite a while. You know, maybe about 6-7 years. I use it a lot. I don't take this out much. I usually use it to record at home, but once in a while I'll take it out to a gig. I have like another Eastman 7-string that can handle volumes louder. You know, it's more laminated, but this is this is a carved top, so playing loud is it's great for the studio, this guitar. So this is my Eastman 7-string. Okay, so it really is great for jazz. So if I'm playing like walking bass lines and stuff, it's really great. And so just so you know, this is called the I can never remember this name, but it's the let me tell you what the name is here. It's called the Eastman AR810CE. Okay, and they're hard to find, these guitars right now, these jazz guitars, and you know they're not cheap, you know, and they don't make them much anymore. Like arch top 7-strings, I've been talking with Benedetto guitars, and they make an arch top, and they're like $10,000, and he can make me one for like, you know, I mean they're really expensive, so I'm trying to make a deal with them. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. You love my content. You learn a lot from my videos and book. Oh, you got my book? Yeah. Wow, great. I didn't know you had my book, so that's great. So let me see. You know, so this is a great guitar. It has like I use these Labella black strings on here. So let me show you what those look like. They're different kind of strings than your normal strings. So I put these strings on there. I forgot to tell you the gauges of the strings I use on my guitars. So I use Labella blacks on this 7-string, and it's 14 to 79. Don't start screaming bleeding fingers, everybody. so yeah, these are pretty heavy strings, guys. So that thing is art. What kind of bridge does it have? So this is, I think, a wooden bridge. I forget what kind of bridge it is. You can look it up online, everybody. This is a wooden bridge. It's not really adjustable, but it moves up and down. It slides up and down. A lot of these arch tops, the bridge is not fixed. Okay. Oh wow. Your wife got one for you, a 7-string? Wow, Ty, that's cool. Yeah, so this is like, and I use those 7 strings. I forgot to show you guys on my my Paul Reed Smith. I use these Elixir strings. I endorse Elixir. So yeah, these are all difficult to play. Don't worry, guys. Oh, you got my book. Okay. Okay, great. That's nice of her. Yeah, so I use Elixir strings for my 7-string Paul Reed Smith guitar. They're nice strings. These are the light ones. I actually use 10s too, guys, just so you know. 10s to 14s. What do you want? So, oh, you got your book for my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ty, sorry. You know, and just to let everybody know, Ty's talking about this book right here. And I have another book actually coming out on acoustic guitar. It's called Chord Scale and Modes Mastery, but they don't have it printed yet. So I can't get any copies to sell to my students and my fans because of COVID. But hopefully they'll have the book out soon. When I get them, I'll let you guys know, and I'll have a sale. So this is on sale for 20% off my website. Just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and use code Sunday, and you save 20%. I hope your wife saved 20%. I was having a sale before, Ty. So yeah, if you use code Sunday, you save 20% on my book, everybody, on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Great, Ty. That's great. So yeah, so let me play this guitar and stop talking for a second. So just so you know, this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan 7-string pickups. Yeah, Elixir strings are great, man. Elixir, they're a great company. So this is a 7-string Benedetto pickup, and I'm using a Moody strap. Just so you know, I endorse these guys, and my Peterson tuner. They don't make these Peterson tuners anymore. They're the clip-ons. They're pretty high-end, expensive tuners, but they're the most accurate tuner you can buy. And hey, Ardix, hello from Poland. Hey, I've been to Poland actually. I played in Poland in 2006 in Warsaw, actually, at the Old Town Jazz Festival. So this is a tuner, but they don't make these. I don't take this out of the house because they're kind of fragile. They have a newer model, but I use for gigs. But these are great tuners. If you want the most accurate tuner, get Peterson. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out. I have all kinds of stores, guys. So here's my Amazon store right here. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out right there, which is Ron Jackson Music. You know, Amazon.com shop Ron Jackson Music, okay? And so let me play you something, guys. So in honesty, I'm used to playing this guitar. Hey, Israel. Pleased to see you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate all my fans and followers on YouTube. I want to make an announcement. Thank you for the 20,000 subscribers. I just got to 20,000 yesterday. So use my code Sunday to celebrate. I'm going to put 20K also, you know, as a sale price to get all my stuff on my website for 20% off, okay? All my lessons and videos, and I mean, you know, CDs, everything. So let me play you a song, guys. Oh my God. So anyway, that was called Love Will Come Back to Me. I was just trying to jam on my 7-string. I'm not even warmed up yet. So I need to practice actually, guys, just so you know. So thank you for watching. So those are my 4 7-string guitars. I actually have another acoustic steel string 7 string made by Dean. I think it's made by Dean. Also, I have another Eastman. And it sounds like a double bass. You know what? So my low string is an A. It's the same pitch as a low A string on a bass. Exactly the same pitch. Low A string, okay? So everybody, thank you for watching. Please share my video. Please subscribe if you don't already. I try to give you all the best information I can. I try to play the best I can for you guys. And I don't like do these fancy videos where all this editing is involved. I like to be like, like a natural person, like I'm doing a workshop, and be personable and try to answer your questions during my lives. Let me see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for all the comments. It's tricky to play between all these guitars. I play between 4 7-string guitars, and they're all different to play. But you should be able to pick up any guitar, no matter what it is, and make it sound good, even a cheap guitar. So, your goal is to be able to master the guitar enough, even if you're not warmed up, to make it sound good, and do the best you can, okay? And guitars are great. One thing I need to do, because I spend so much time on social media, is practice. So this is a good way. I don't play, what's funny? I can play fretless bass. I've never played fretless guitar. But I want to, so the thing is, if you want to get a fretless, someone's asked me if I played fretless. Space stud. Anyway, I never met a space stud before. 1, 2, 3. But but you know what? Only way I learn on fretless guitar is if I get one. So another guitar, man. I have like too many guitars already. But I know that what's that company that's in Canada? Godin makes a fretless guitar. I'm going to check it out one of these days and get one. I don't know if I need another guitar. But what ends up happening is I have all the guitars, but I don't end up using them. So all the time. So let me see. Hello from Alaska, everyone. Hey, Alaska, man, I want to go there one day. Take me up there. I want to play. Yeah, that Eastman sounds bad. Thank you. I don't want to say that word bad. The next part. Looking forward to more content. Gotta check out some lesson books. Maybe taking theory. I was telling everybody this is a great book that I have out. If you want to get this on my website today. This week I'm celebrating 20,000 subscribers and the 1-year anniversary of my show. So get my book. Just to remind you guys one more time before I leave, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and save 20% on this book on everything up there. Use code Sunday. Okay? So definitely get this book if you want to learn about chords and stuff like that. There's a lot of theory stuff here too. Hey, do you know Pat Martino? Just so you guys know, Pat Martino, I studied with him before, so he actually uses, I think he uses 17s actually, but I studied with Pat Martino. A lot of my lines are based on Pat Martino. I learned a lot of lines from him. So he's a bad dude. I love Pat Martino. I mean, he's always been one of my favorites. So I studied with him, and I have, his learning method, and I use some of his licks sometimes. He does crazy stuff like that. I don't know. He has a lot of crazy stuff. But I love Pat Martino. Just in case you guys know, the fast walking part you played on bass was awesome. How do you voice and leverage the 7-string when you're playing an actual bass accompaniment, low end? Or do you play just 6? No, I actually play on 7 strings. So you have to know how to walk on 6-string first, Anthony. So there's another channel which he plays Benedel 7-string, but your Eastman sounds warm and moody. Oh, thank you. It's not about the guitar, it's the person that's playing it. Remember, everybody, it's not about the guitar. It's always the person playing it and how you adjust your sound. Actually, my sound used to be more trebly, but then I started cutting the tone off. And when I started with Bucky, he turns the tone off. Bucky Pizzarelli, he turns the tone off all his amps. He turns the tone down to everything. Which is kind of weird, but he said that the tone on the guitar makes the guitar sound crap, he said. So anyway, someone was asking how I play the bass line. So you have to play bass lines first on a 6-string guitar, just so you know. Oh, I love Guthrie Govans, just in case you guys know. So yeah, I learned how to play 6-string on. I have some lessons on my website if you want to learn about walking bass lines. Okay, everybody, so just go there to my website. There's 20% off all my printables about walking bass line skills. Okay, or go to my Patreon and join my Patreon, and they're all free there because you're a patron. Okay, and so if you're gonna do walking bass lines, first learn how to play walking bass lines on this with a six string guitar, and most of the time I'm playing a walking bass line. I'm using just a third and seventh of a seventh chord. So if I'm playing a blues, I'm using just 3 notes. So this note, and that note. I have a bunch of lessons on my website here too. So on my YouTube channel. So watch it. See, I'm only doing 6 strings now. So I'm using 2 notes, and the bass note. Now, when you play 7 string, you just have to add that note. What? No, just add your 7 string. So see what I just did? So, but it's really hard to play 7 string if you can't play the 6 string walking bass lines first. So in this book, I actually have a lesson about walking bass lines. It's all about walking bass lines in this book, actually. It's called, here it is right here. It's in this book right here, Chords at Your Fingertips. I have a section all about walking bass lines. Spice up your playing. Where's that thing? All about the bass. Here it is. Pass it on. Page 35. This is a really good lesson about walking bass right here. It has Freddie Green right here. But if you go to my book here and get it on my website, this develops a walking bass line on how to do it. So just go get this book and you'll learn about it. It's a 4-week session. And I have videos on it too. The book comes with videos and shows you how to do it. So it actually starts with a G blues. If you look at here, it has a G blues, and it does the same thing. 3-note voices. You see that on the book here. The 3-note voices I was just talking about. Get that book. You save 20% on my website. Use code Sunday. RonJacksonMusic.com. Save 20% on this book. You get the bass lines there, and it's really good. So first learn how to play bass lines on a 6 string, then on 7 string. You add the notes. Okay. Oh yeah. So guys, someone's asking about an amp. What's a good amp to use when you bring out the low bass? I'm using my Fender Twin Reverb Tone Master, which sounds just like a tube amp. I got one of these amps because I'm sick of carrying all those heavy amps and having to fix them. Also, I use these are really great amps too for the size. I use these Henriksen amps here. Okay, everybody. Just so you know, I'm another endorser for these guys. And these are kind of expensive amps, but you can get 5% off using my code, Ron Jackson at HenriksenAmps.com. Okay? And the Henriksen Bud 6 is 120 watts and has a big sound for this speaker. And it has everything. It has 2 full channels, a really great amp, 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds. And the amp sounds great through this too. Okay? And it sounds great for recording and all kinds of cool things. So you could use code Ron Jackson, save at Henriksen.com. It's a great amp, everybody. And I've sold quite a few amps with my code. You save 5%, okay? So this is the thing is we got to be careful. You got to make sure it's a really good amp so you don't blow the speaker. So don't play it too loud. I'm talking about not that amp, but if you have a cheap amp or something, don't play the bass too loud. And it's not time to play loud because maybe I think I'm going deaf and playing too much rock music before. So if the bass line sounds great, on this guitar. So just make sure you don't set the bass too loud on your amp, just so it doesn't like break the amp up too much. Because it doesn't, guitar amps don't take bass most of the time. But this is not too low, but it's getting into the low register. It's like the 3rd string of the bass. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, and I gotta go do other things. Let me see. Oh, yeah, right. Music and harmonics, too. Look at this. Someone's asking me this question. Look at this. I'll play things like this. So I'm using octave harmonics. I like to do things like this, too. This is hard to do. I like to use artificial harmonics too, everybody. So these are really cool. I like Lenny Bro and those kind of people. You know. So I like doing things like that with the artificial harmonics and stuff like that. And natural harmonics, I like it. Things like that. You see that? You see that? Okay. So, yes, I like to use harmonics. Let me ask you a couple more questions. How do you do walking bass lines with the 7 string? You struggle with that. I use hybrid pickings, just so you guys know, when I'm walking, too. Someone's asking about that question right now. Estulios. I don't know how you say your name. Estash-Louis. So watch this. When I'm walking, it's hard to walk a bass line on the guitar, especially 7 string, just with your pick. I can do it. Let me try something else. A different song for once. So I'm using just my pick, but I intended to use hybrid picking, which is pick and and fingers. So it's like this. It's a little easier because I can do the comping. So what I'm doing is I'm walking the bass and I'm doing a comp like this. Using 2 notes, like I told you, 3rd and 7th. That book tells you how to do it. So I'll go like this. So that's part of Booster Boots right there. So someone's asking me, imagine a band progressive handy to deal with. Yeah, please play Moose the Mooch. Okay. Yeah, sounds like jazz. So yes, when you play artificial harmonics, what's that question here? Sorry about that. Someone's asking a question. Oh, when you play artificial harmonics, are you picking it or are you using your thumb to pluck the pointer finger to hit the harmonics? Oh, yeah. Watch this, everybody. So when I'm playing, if I'm holding my pick and I'm doing artificial harmonics, I put the pick under my hand like this, and I do the harmonics. So I'm using my thumb and my first finger to hit the harmonic. And I'm strumming with this. I'm doing a little combination of everything. So I'm using my thumb and first finger. Thumb to strum, first finger to hit. I mean, to hit the note on just above the fret, 12 frets away. See? See what I'm doing? So I'm doing it that way, okay? Great question. So everybody, thank you very much. It's time for me to eat lunch and do some things during the day. I wanted to go live. I'm going to be going live at least a couple of times a week, so tell your friends and family. I'm going to try to see if I can schedule it, but my schedule changes every week, so or every day. So unless I have a lesson or teach a student. If you want to study with me, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And if you enjoyed this, also I take also donations. If you want, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo or Cash App and go to Ron Jackson Music and give a donation if you'd like. Okay. And so it's all right there, Ron Jackson Music. So I'm at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, for PayPaling me. for following me. It's all Ron Jackson Music: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest. Okay, and I'm having a sale again, just so you know. If you want to learn walking bass lines, my book has that right in here. Okay, it's just one lesson all about bass lines. You save 20% on my website about that. Okay, so use code Sunday. And expires end of the week. Okay, if there's a problem with the code, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else I have to say? That's it. One last thing, if you like my clean shave, I'm a skull shaver influencer. It's kind of funny. I have all kinds of codes. You can save 10% on skullshaver.com. You get saving products for Mother's Day for everybody too, and save 10%. Use my code RHYTHM this time. Okay, the code expires sometimes, so this is the recent code RHYTHM. Okay, so skullshaver.com. So thank you everybody for watching. I just demoed 4 different guitars: 7-string, acoustic steel string, solid body, nylon string, and jazz guitar. So, I'm trying to be I try to be natural and comfortable and, talk about my stuff, talk about me, answer your questions. And I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for getting me to 20,000 subscribers. Please watch my other videos. I have all kinds of videos coming out, performance, lesson videos. Thank you. I'm trying my best. It's hard to play guitar and talk and demo everything in real time, everybody. It's really hard to do that. So I'm learning how to do that. It's easier just to do a video by itself and not talk, but but I appreciate you guys and thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, have a great day and have a great weekend. Bye-bye. And I'm going live again just for you guys. Thank you everybody who came out to my live show on Friday. I'm here in the US in New Jersey. Let me move this a little closer. So we're going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm just setting up my cameras right now, and thank you everybody for being such great fans and following me and getting up to 20,000 subscribers. So I'm going to be taking questions, but I'm going to play some chord melody. We're going to talk about that today a lot. I'm going to be using my 6 and 7-string guitar. Long live Ron Jackson. Thank you, Edmund TV. I'm going to be talking stuff about my book that I sell here too, called Chords at Your Fingertips on acoustic guitar. And, learn how to do chord melody and all that stuff with guide tones and all kinds of different things. Let me just make sure I'm watching on my other, so I can see your questions in another YouTube channel, okay? So let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for the 21,400 subscribers. You're the man. Love listening to you. Thank you. You're giving me a perspective and helped me improve so much. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I'm live right now. Let me see something. I'm gonna just make sure I watch my own live so I can answer your questions. Here it is. So make sure the volume's down. Okay, good. Hey, Vikpal from India, great. Great to see you guys. Let me take out my guitar. I'm going to play first on my 7-string some chord melody for you. Okay, and then we'll talk about learning how to do chord melody. Let me see if I can move this camera up a little bit so you can see me. Let me take this guitar out right here. My 7-string. Ooh, there's something off this cable. I gotta fix this. So, yay! Hey, Montreal, how's it going? So let me fix this guitar real quick. We're gonna talk about chord melody. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll answer them as best I can. So let me start by playing a song. How's the volume? Sounds okay? Everything okay over there? Let me know. I could turn it up a little bit. Let me see. I don't want to play too loud. So, because I play too loud sometimes. Good. So we'll be talking about cornmeal today, and let me play you something right now that one of my arrangements that I have, that I actually have here on YouTube, and it's going to be called Time After Time. And no, actually, let me do let me do that one first. Ready? everybody. Oh, so we're talking about chord melody, and I'm going to take some questions today. So I just played a song called "Time After Time." I forget who wrote that song, but it's a classic jazz song that I always play. It's one of my arrangements that I really know well, that I kind of created for 7-string and 6-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar for you guys who don't know about 7-string guitars. I have a low A here. So I haven't touched the guitar in a couple of days. Well, I know actually I touched the guitar yesterday, but I was just doing a lot of writing for my Patreon account, everybody. So let me answer some of these questions for you. So that song was Time After Time. So it was my chord melody arrangement. So I was trying to do some different techniques for you guys. Walking bass lines, inner lines in the chords, seconds, fourths, whatever ideas that came up into my mind when I was doing improvising. So thank you, Henry and VPIL. So let me just answer a few questions here if there's any. So Glenn from Canada. Oh yeah, great to see you. Alex, sounds great. Thank you. Edmund TV, thank you again. And good to see you live playing. Good. How do you do that? Lionel asked me how you do that. With a lot of practice. So when I'm doing chord melody, you got to learn how to know what your melody note is against the chord. You have to know all your chord voicings. Okay, so that's very, very important when you're playing chord melody. So when I'm actually playing like a chord melody arrangement, it's actually I arranged it. That means I didn't make it up on the spot. I actually just worked it out. I learned first. You have to learn when you want to do chord melody arrangements. You have to really learn the melody correctly. You should be able to play the melody and the chords separately. So when I'm doing a melody like this, so there's so many ways to play the melody on the guitar. When I play that melody like that, I could play so many ways on the guitar. Look at this. That's the hard part about the guitar. So you have to be able to play the melody on the top of the chord, particularly. Now you can actually play the melody on the bottom of the chord, in the middle of the chord. When I talk about that, I actually have this book. When we talk about my book, Two Chords at Your Fingertips, that's on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. That I actually, I wrote 3 lessons, and one of my lessons is called the How to Harmonize Like Chet Atkins. If you look closely, and in this book, I take a song like London Bridge is Falling Down, like this. It goes like this. Now, in this book, I actually took that melody. I played it with chords on the bottom. Now, you could do that melody like that, just like with a melody on top with chords on bottom. Now, it's very important. Most of the time you play the melody on top, you have to really know the melody. And then the next part I do in the book is I actually take the chords and I went like this. I went. Like that. I'm reading this. So this is actually, this is actually written here in my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, learning how to harmonize, do chord melody, what we're talking about today. I'm taking a really simple melody like London Bridge is Falling Down, and I play the chord under every note. And that's how you actually learn how to do chord melody too, not just play like a thing like this. Just one note below it. You should be able to harmonize a melody with a chord under each note, actually. That's very important to learn. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Let me just look at some of the questions here. So I'm just going through this. I'll take questions while I'm trying to talk to you about doing chord melody. So thanks Roscoe for saying I'm amazing, and thank you Vipul from India. How much of what you're playing is arranged, and how much is at the top of your head? So when I'm doing a chord melody, everybody, most of the time it's pretty arranged. So what I do is I actually work it out where I actually what's the word it's really arranged actually most of the time. So what I'm trying to do is actually in the beginning you have to do arrangements, okay? So it's very important to have them really worked out. I mean, Joe Pass, all the great like solo guitar players, they had their stuff arranged. I went to see a Joe Pass workshop actually, and he was amazing. And he had everything worked out. Obviously, you have to have it worked out, and then after a while, it just becomes natural, and you don't have to think about what you're actually playing. So when I'm playing like a song like that arrangement I just played a minute ago, um, uh, uh, time after time, I actually played that so many times that I know it pretty good. And I have a bunch of solo guitar arrangements like that. So you have to really, the best way actually to learn these things is learn from the masters. If you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have tons of, I have about 5 or 6 arrangements for guitar because you have to start learning arrangements from other people. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you'll be able to get copies of my arrangements there for like $5-6, okay? And it's on my description here. You have to learn these chord melody arrangements by heart. Now let me see something here. I'm just gonna turn my other phone down so no one starts to disturb us, and put it on silent. So let me see. Let me look at some of these questions. I really wanted to know what your favorite guitar is and the one that you have and one that you don't have. By the way, you're awesome. Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a favorite guitar. I mean, I'm trying to get a Benedetto guitar, a 7-string. So I mean, another guitar I'm using right now. So I'm using my 6-string. I mean, my 7-string. Let me show you the one I got from. Oops, something's wrong with my cable. So let me put this over here. I'm using also this D'Angelico XL that I got. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too. So this is a pretty great guitar, especially for the price range. You could go to my Amazon store and pick this up if you want to. I have an Amazon store, and you just go straight here to ronjacksonmusic.com. Amazon.com/shop/ronjacksonmusic, and I sell all kinds of stuff there, my books and all kinds of stuff. Okay, and it's my Amazon store, and I sell the D'Angelico guitars there on that site too. So this is a pretty good guitar too. Let me turn it up a little bit. So I play 6-string too, because most of the time, most of the guitar players I teach don't play 6-string. So it's important to know how to play 6-string. So we're talking about chord melody today. So it's really important to learn the melody and the chords separately, then you put them together. Now melody is the hardest part of playing anything, I think, because the melody, everybody knows the melody. So if you mess up that melody, you can be the best musician in the world, and some guy, some average whoever, Joe or Smo, will say, "Man, you play great, man, but you messed up that melody," and he won't know anything about music. So the melody is the most important thing. So when you're playing these chord melodies, you got to hear the melody. And whenever you play a melody, even by itself, you got to play it perfect because everybody knows the melody, So let me see. The Highliner book, will it help? And how so? Oh yeah, Dario. Yeah, the book will help. I mean, I've sold like 40, 50 copies already of this book to all my students and fans, and they love this book. It also teaches you all kinds of different cool things. So just go to my website and order it from me directly there at ronjacksonmusic.com. It's on my description here. And this book only has 12 different lessons. One of the lessons is I teach you how to play walking bass lines. So like for example, let's talk about walking bass. So you see me playing walking bass all the time. So Dario, so if I'm not playing a walking bass line, you have to know how to play 2-note voicings on a chord. especially on seventh chords, chords that have 1, 3, 5, and 7, okay, or a flat 7. It's a dominant chord, okay? So a chord that's voiced like this. So the third and seventh is the two notes we use a lot on a chord in jazz to get a sound where you don't have to, you eliminate the rest of the notes, and that's the most important sound of the chord. Okay, so if I'm playing up a scale, I'm only playing 3 notes. Like that. So you can do that across the neck. I can do it that way too. I can go this way too. Watch. Oops. Oh. So I did the same voicing up and down the neck. So I'm using a root, just third and seventh. And that's really important if you want to do walking bass lines on the guitar. And a lot of chord melody stuff. So if I'm walking a bass line like this, and a blues. Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question in a minute. So when I'm actually doing a walking bass line like that in a blues, which is just like 1 in G to C7, G7, C7. That's an easy progression. Okay. Then C7, just a regular blues. Everybody knows the blues, I hope. And so if I'm walking a bass line, I'm just using 2 notes. Okay, I'm using actually a 2-note chord and a bass line on the bottom. So that's called the third and seventh. Oh, they call it a guide tone, just so you know. I didn't tell you that yet. So guide tones are really important to be able to play walking bass lines. So if I'm going to do a guide tone, I'm going to go like this. Hear that? See what I did? I just played 2 notes and I did a walking bass line under each chord. And that's actually, in this book, I do a whole chapter in this book about that whole thing called Chords at Your Fingertips. You can buy it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'll actually sign it. So I actually do the progression and I build up to where you actually play a full jazz blues in the key of G with comping rhythms and everything. And that's a really popular lesson on Acoustic Guitar Magazine's website. And if you get the book, all the books come with video and tabs and everything. So this has tabs if you look closely. It's everything. So it's a really great book if you want to work on your bass lines. So let me answer some questions. Oh, does the 7th string of your guitar help in voicing for bass? Yes, of course. That's from Alex Isugi. And or is it possible to work on a regular 6 string? Yes, this is a 6 string. So just so you know, I switched guitars, Alex. So this is a 6 string right now. So I'm playing bass lines with a 6 string or a 7 string. I start off with 6 string. So actually, I can walk bass lines on 6 string too. I was always good at that. So basically, I can walk on 6 string and 7 string. I mean, 7 string sounds more like a bass because the 7th string on my guitar is really the 3rd string of a bass. I have a low A. So yes, I can walk on 7 string, and it's very important to walk on learn how to walk on six string first. So let me keep answering questions here. Um, thanks. Is it it's time to start learning to learn? Okay, this is from Glenn Michael Thompson. Um, thanks for answering. It's time to start learning and making your own arrangements as well as some from other guitar players. I'll have to check your book out for sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you know what? It's important to learn arrangements first because you don't really know how to do chord melody arrangements until you look at other people's arrangements. So I used to transcribe. Wes Montgomery arrangements. I forgot some of them. Like one of them was I've grown accustomed to your face. This is a Wes Montgomery arrangement, but I haven't played it in a long time. It's called I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face. It's just a ballad. But he does a lot of great stuff with block chords and drop two voicings, which you can learn from me in this book too, okay? And from other guitar teachers, excuse me. So he kind of goes like this. The melody goes like this. So the melody goes like that. So I'm gonna play. So he played mostly of a chord over every melody note like this. He would go like this. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm doing it by ear. Thirds. So what I just did was, I was doing that by ear basically, but I've been chord melody arranging for so long, and I know about some of the harmony of the song. I don't know that song that well. That actually, I was just kind of doing it by ear. So when I was doing the chord melody, I was doing a bunch of different techniques. I was like doing like block chords, and then when the melody note came out, I would just do simple thirds, just down off the scale. See, and I did chord melody like inner alignment there. Hear that? I put that line in between. Then I went. So that's basically a Wes Montgomery chord arrangement. He basically played it that way. I'm not doing exactly the way he did it, but he's not really doing anything fancy, guys. He's just basically doing block chords, basic inversions, like this. You could do fancier stuff like this. I can put a 9 in there instead. I can go. I can put all kinds of fancy stuff in there. I can do seconds. I made a sharp fourth. I could put fancy notes like that in the chord. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do with a chord melody arrangement. It's up to your imagination at the end, actually. So, you know, I mean, I have, you know, I'm trying to be more imaginative. So sometimes I think I play too inside, you know, and you know, so I try to start doing things like. I could do seconds. It sounds more modern, you know, things like that. You can do fancy techniques. So let me keep answering questions. What's a simple, fun chord progression? Let me answer this question here. What's a simple but fun chord progression for beginners? You know, blues is the most simple chord progression, but you know, all the pop songs have another simple chord progression. Devon is like 1-6-2-5, like C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G, just 1-4-5, C, F, G. I mean, if you're a beginner, those are, you know, you should know all these basic chord progressions. One important thing, everybody. You should know all your open string chords. So all your bar chords, everybody, someone mentioned the cage system here. All your bar chords come from open string chords. So it's very important to learn open string chords first. I've had students who play jazz, and then I ask them, do you know any, they don't know the open string chord. I'm like, what? You don't know you got to know the basics, everybody. To be able to play all the stuff I'm doing, you need to know the basics. So it's very important. Hey, everybody from all over the world is watching. Thank you. Someone from Greece. Greece the musical. Just kidding. Yeah, so guys, if you're enjoying this, you know, I'm talking about a lot of techniques I use in this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's all my details here. And you can pick up your own book and I'll sign it for you. And it teaches you about chord melody, all kinds of stuff, you know, harmonizing melodies. You know, there's a chord melody arrangement in here. I might play it for you. It's at the end of the book. It's called Billy Boy, and I'll have to read it, but it's right here at the end here, and it's actually like a combination of the whole book. It's the very last lesson. If you look closely, that's my chord melody arrangement, where I use all kinds of great techniques about chord melody right here. Okay, and reharmonizations and stuff. So this is out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So let me show you, everybody. Let me answer more questions. So what's the best way to learn scales across the fingerboard? Do you use the major scale and the relative minors if necessary? I know all the scales almost. So, Ruben. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have all the major scales written out the way the Berkeley method in one lesson. So let me just show you real quick, Ruben. So yeah, I mean, you know, I'm using much more than major scales in general. So you got to be able to play you have to play all of them. There's 8 fingerings from the major scale from the Berkeley method, from the Berkeley College of Music method where I studied. So here's one. I'm going to play it for you real quick. Okay, this is a warm up for me. 1, 2. 3. I'm kind of playing fast. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So, you know, I mean, I know those skills pretty well. I'm just playing a little too fast right now because I'm trying to show you in like 1 minute. So, those are the 8 fingerings. And the point is to be able to play like this. Without getting lost. I'm just messing around, but you know, you should be able to play a C major scale or any scale, any key, up and down the fingerboard, across, you know, this way and across without getting lost. E flat. G flat. key. So you should be able to play all your scales. I'm just kind of playing a little fast, but just to show you, this is just a major scale. There's the diminished scale. There's the whole tone. There's all the modes of the harmonic and melodic minor, which we'll talk about soon. So actually, just so you know, Devin, I have this as a lesson already on my YouTube channel here. So just take a look at it. All the modes of the major scale, and also there's I think no, I don't have that lesson. But if you become a patron, you get all these things from me too for free on my Patreon. So if you want to join my Patreon, it's right here. It's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And you can learn all kinds of cool things. I have chord, melody, arrangement, scales, all kinds of stuff right there. So just join my Patreon. You can get all that stuff, guys, for free. But otherwise, you have to go pay individually on my website for those lessons. And I think it's like $3.99 or $2.99 for all the major modes, all the major scales, all the fingerings, all the melodic minor scales, and there's a bunch of other stuff. I'm putting stuff up every week, 2 or 3 lessons a week. Okay, so we're talking about chord melody. Let me answer a few more questions. Also, how did you find the cage system is very important, actually, Ruben. So, I use that all the time subconsciously, and that's learning all your chords, open string chords, and making them to bar chords. That's what basically it is. So you just got to know how to take a C chord, change your fingers around, and move it up the scale. And you play the corresponding scale right under. Everywhere. I'm just messing around, but you know what I'm saying? You should be able to play all through these scales like that from open string chords. Okay, now let me keep going. I think you're gonna, yeah, go ahead, Henry, buy my book. You get it autographed. It comes with, just so you know, everybody, my book comes with, every lesson in this book has video as well. It comes with a video lesson and tabs. And I have 3 lessons in this book, but there's a lot of great writers here. Adam Levy, who played with Norah Jones, Lisa Loeb, and Annie DeFranco. He's a writer. He's a good friend of mine in this book. A bunch of guys, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Peppy Rogers, who used to be the editor of the magazine, Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So it's through Hal Leonard Music, but you can pick it up through me. It's better to pick up through me. Go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And I just stopped. I sold a lot of books recently, and people from all over the world have been buying them, from France, Germany, Australia, everywhere. Thank you guys for being such great supporters of my channel too. And help support me by buying my books and donating on my page there, here on my description, and following me and sharing with your friends, of course. Thank you. So let me keep going. Let me see. So rock guitar takes away from the jazz power chord, which technically is a 3rd and 7th partial chord, right? Yeah, rock guitar, Dario, it's a different style, but I'm sure they use 3rd and 7th too. A lot of rock guitar songs have like 5 chords, the power chord. Oh. That stuff. I'm just not the type of guitar to play that kind of stuff on it, but you know what I mean? Feels like Teen Spirit. So it's just like, there's a lot of power chords, but rock has all kinds of stuff in it these days. So, I love Tosin Abasi from Animals as Leaders. One of my heroes. I want to get his 8-string guitar. So, so these are great guys. So I can't, I used to play rock myself a lot. I switched to jazz when I became an adult, but I was a rocker when I was a kid. So all that stuff is great. And, I can't, they play all kinds of different harmonies in rock now too. So let me keep going. So I see, thank you. You're welcome. Alex, Tuber Official. I love you, my friend. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering questions here. So thanks for the live show. I love it. Great, Anthony. Thanks for watching. Climate change. Yeah, I'm good. So you from the United States, right? Yeah. So you is from the United States. Well, what's from the United States? Me? I live in the United States, but if you were getting my book, I ship it all over the world. Okay. So just so you know, and my stuff you can just download on my website. Hi, Greece. I love you, Ron Jackson. Thank you, Luis. Um, do you think playing very jazzy kills the emotion? No. You can you can play jazz with emotion. Just so you know, GC, uh, GG. Okay, Louis. I've got guitar. Of course, I'll buy the book. Dario, buy the book. Yeah, go ahead. Devin, thanks. Hi from Italy, Silvio. Man, you basically taught me how to play jazz solos on guitar. Thanks so much for your video. So, excellent. Thank you. Excellent says I basically taught him how to play jazz. Um, so like, okay, let me show you another chord arrangement. So we're talking about chord arrangements. So this chord arrangement I'm going to play you for right now is called Loose Step. It's actually a blues in A, okay? And it's off my very first album that you can't find right now, called Loose Step. Called a guitar thing that was on Muse Records. It's the same label that Pat Martino, my guitar teacher, was on, and a bunch of other guitar players. Kenny Burrell was on that label for a little while. A bunch of people. And they got sold into I don't know where my masters are, but this is a song called Loose Steps. Basically a blues using block chords. And I really like this arrangement. And I'm going to be putting it up on my website tonight to sell the arrangement, and it goes like this. You'll like this. It's like, with a band, it sounds really cool. It sounds like this, though. Let me see if I can play it for you. Ready? So that's just a blues in A. It's tricky because I'm playing 6/7 string a lot. So I play this differently on this is a 6-string guitar. I play this differently on a 7-string. So this has a lot of block chords. So just an A blues, A, D, A13. Then I do that kind of thing. I'll flat through. Then I go D, then G7. Then I do this chromatic thing from A. Then I do it E, dominant 7 sharp 9, and D7 dominant 7 9, and a flat 9 here. It goes like this. Okay, let me try that one more time for you guys. So I'm going to play a little bit better this time too. Watch this. Okay, so that's how it sounds on 7-string guitar. On 6-string guitar. Let me show you how it sounds on 7-string guitar. So I do it a little bit differently. So I've only been playing 7-string guitar. I recorded that song on my first album in 1991 when I was only like 25 or something. I'm only 26 now, so. So look at this. So look at me play that on 7-string, because I'm used to playing 7-string. Sometimes I get this thing we call missing string syndrome, where I still think I'm playing a 7-string. But so this is how you would sound on 7-string guitar, because I can hit that low note now. Watch this. Hear that low note? So I got that note. So that's the really cool thing about the 7-string. You get those low notes. So sometimes when I switch between the two guitars, it's confusing because sometimes I'll be thinking I'm hitting the 7th string, but I'm playing a 6-string. But that low note brings it to the surface, doesn't it? Yes, doesn't it, Carl? Yeah. It's tricky though, because you gotta miss. When I'm hitting all these strings on top, you gotta not hit all these other strings except the 7. like that. You see that? Let me answer some more questions. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Let me see. Oh, how do you use melodic minor with natural minor chords? You just you know what? That's a good question, Shadows. I just throw melodic minor on any kind of minor chord. See, when you're playing a minor chord, they tell you to play natural minor, but a jazz musician would pick from any minor actually, according to what they hear. So you could use all them any minor actually. So I mean, I use melodic minor, harmonic minor, Dorian, Phrygian, Aeolian, anything. Just so you, because it depends on what your knowledge is. So if I'm playing A minor, I'm playing melodic minor now. I just mix it up. Okay, I can go. I just mix all kinds of minors in there. Okay. I just did a little Phrygian. So you can mix all kinds of minors over a minor chord, just so you know. When you mentioned using guide tones for chord melody, this is close to using shell voicings. The assumption is correct. Yes, it's close to that. Yes. I mean, a shell voicing is just basically like 2 or 3 notes. And so basically in jazz, the main shell voicing is really just the 3rd and 7th. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a song. So I'm only doing, if I just played that without the bass line, it would sound like this. I'm just playing 2 notes actually with the bass line on the bottom. You hear it? So I'm just playing. That's all I'm playing on top. So, but that's really good if you're doing chord melody because you have all this room to throw other stuff on top. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of throwing notes on top of that now, off the shell voicing or the 3rd and 7th. Excuse me. I need some water. So what's happening? I have some coffee here. Yeah, so what's happening is when you play the 3rd and 7th on the bottom, on the top of the chord, you can put melody notes and chords, all kinds of cool things on top with the bass. So I'm going. I mean, you don't have to keep the same voicing, but it's basically you can play that a little bit and play the rest. So I'm kind of mixing it up. So I'm using that 3rd and 7th a lot just to get the sound of the chord. Then I'm throwing like melody notes on top. So I mean, there's a lot of techniques you can actually use, and we talk about these things in this book. Okay, so let me play you something out of the book so you can actually see something here. Let me see. You find Govan Guthrie jazz playing? I never heard that. You know what? I gotta check him out. I checked him out. Okay, Guthrie Govan's. I gotta check him out actually. I'll look after this. GG. The low note brings out the surface. Okay, good. Cool. It sounds like you're having a bass backing track with a 7th string. Really brings out everything above that. Yeah, Glenn, it does. Yes, lots of beautiful room. Official, good. Too well. Thank you. So tasty. Thank you, everybody. So let me show you something. So in this book, chords at your fingertips I've been talking about when we talk about chord melody. So we talked about harmonizing a melody. So I took a melody, the very last lesson in this book. I took a song called Billy Boy. It goes like this. So I'm going to show you this. This is a chord melody, impromptu live. So we're talking mostly about chord melody. So I want you to get something out of this today. So let's take a melody like this. This is written down. I'm going to be reading this, okay? And I haven't played this in a while, really. But it goes like this. The melody goes like this. So what I did was, I did a chord melody with this, actually. So first I did it like this. Watch this. This is all in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, just so you know. You can pick it up on my website. I have so many copies. It's actually, I'm starting to run low, so if you want to get a copy, pick one up today. I'm going to be ordering some more next week. Hopefully they'll be still in stock. So I just sold a few this week. So this book has this exercise about chord melody. So listen to this. So this is all written out right now. This is like one version of doing that with the melody. Watch this. You can do it that way, okay, or this way. Let me play it on 6-string for you. Hey, I'd say high gauge. So someone was asking me what gauge strings I use on this. So you guys know, take a look. Don't hurt your fingers, guys. That's a 14 on top, 79 on the bottom of my 7-string. Okay, that's a 14 on top, just so you know. Oh, wow. Hey, Dovla, I have a student that's right now 67 who's studying jazz guitar right now. So, no, it's not too late. Okay? So, just so you know, everybody, I have 14s on this guitar too. This is a 14 gauge on top of my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for having me become a D'Angelico 6-string artist, because they don't make 7 strings. So they gave me this guitar as an artist. So you can pick up this guitar, go to Guitar Center. Also go to my website. No, it doesn't change it. Neck angle is a good guitar, so don't worry about that. If you want to pick up a guitar like this, go to my Amazon store. I have a page on D'Angelico guitars. Go to Ron Jackson. Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar there. Okay, they're great guitars. They're not expensive. This one lists for $2,000. You can get them cheaper, a little bit cheaper on my store. So I just played that song on the 7-string, but I was playing the 6-string part. So let me play you the whole arrangement from the book. And there's a lot of chords in this arrangement. So watch this. See if I can play this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh. So that was the final week of this book. So I took that melody called Billy Boy, like this melody, and I permutated it all into like an easy chord melody to a really complex chord melody. So I mean that's how you learn how to do chord melody, everybody. You got to take a melody, know the melody separately, know the chords separately, put it together, create different kind. Put the melody on top. You can put the melody in the middle too, and on the bottom, but we didn't talk about that part yet. And you have to learn. You have to learn chord melody solos from other people, like from books like me, or learn from the masters like Joe Pass, Wes Montgomery, all those guys. I mean, those are the main guys I learned from. I've seen Joe Pass. He was one of my idols, and I saw him when I was in college do a workshop, and he was amazing, man. He was just a monster. He played the classical guitar and the electric guitar really great with his fingers and everything. I mean, just amazing, and his pick. And so anyway, so you know what, everybody, I'm gonna be packing up in a minute because I have to eat lunch and stuff. So yeah, do you recommend lubing the bridge with graphite? No, I don't do anything like that on my guitar. So someone was asking about the strings. I already showed you the strings. So everybody, please, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And, if you want to, what's the word? If you enjoy this, you want to donate, also, you can here at paypal.com at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to. Okay, if you want to help support me and my channel. Okay, if you also subscribe and share everywhere. I have a lot of followers everywhere. So on TikTok everything is Ron Jackson Music. TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. What was I going to say? If you want to join my Patreon, please do so. It's right here. It has all these lessons there too, actually. And it's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And go to my website if you want to get the book, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's easy, ronjacksonmusic.com, and pick up the book. Chords at your fingertips. Actually, it's I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I write a lot of articles, a lot of lessons actually for them. I've written about 30 lessons for them since 2013. I've been working for them, and I have 2 books out. This is one book. This is another book's called Guitar Scale and Mode Mastery, which is not published, not printed yet because of the pandemic, because of work shortages. But go pick up this book and help support me. You'll love the book. I'll sign it for you. This book has all the videos for every lesson too, so you don't have to worry about that. You can look at the lesson. You could have the tabs, everything. So really a wonderful book. And what was I going to say? Thank you for watching, and go to ronjacksonmusic.com. And if there's anything else, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Thanks for supporting me, and it was great talking to you about chord melody today. I'm doing a show tonight on Instagram called Sunday Evening Jazz, and I have 2 drummers on the show that are going to be guests. If you want to watch that, but I'll be doing these live lessons, impromptu lessons, every few days when I have a chance, just to reach out to my audience more. And please definitely subscribe. I have a lot of cool videos coming out, live performances, lessons, all kinds of stuff. I saw my friend Lafayette Harris just say hi. I have a video that just came up with him. Thank you, Lafayette. You're welcome, Shiva. Yeah, thanks, Dario. Do you recommend? Yeah, so I'm trying to, it's hard to talk and play, but I'm glad you guys are watching and really appreciate what I'm doing. And thank you, Elixir Strings, for the nice shirt. It's funny because I won a contest a couple years ago called the Performer Magazine Elixir String Contest, and they made a bunch of vinyls. My fans voted me actually for me, and I won with another band. One's a rock band. I'm a jazz guy with so they actually gave me about 70 vinyls. I'll be selling that on my website too. they're singles, but I just one of my fans on TikTok just actually purchased one. So and we'll talk more about this. I need to do like a real YouTube video about chord melody, the whole thing, the whole process. But I think this is a good way of doing it because yeah, great. Someone's watching my YouTube shorts 5 times a day. That's great. So who is that? Let me see who that said that. Brian Wood. Oh yeah, great, Brian. I'm glad you watched them. Yeah. So everybody, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll try to do the best videos and try to do the best playing I can for you. Sometimes it's hard to do the best playing when you're talking all the time, but because you can't concentrate on playing. But it's fun, And I'm trying to reach my audience and grow my YouTube. So please share with everybody and subscribe if you don't already. And we'll see you on social media, everybody. And if you want to take lessons with me, just let me know. I have a lot of students that off YouTube now who are studying with me. So just email me. Just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, or just email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? It was fun. Have a great day, okay? Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit better. I'm doing my live stream here. I'm trying to make sure the camera looks good. And I go back a little bit. And, waiting for people to join me. I know this is very last minute. No impromptu kind of, fast-paced live here. I'm going to be talking about the 7-string guitar and how it's used in jazz. And, people are asking me these questions all the time about, let me make sure my seat's correctly put up here, because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute, and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, What's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7th string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but you know, this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, you know. So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. That, so I have to do that. So the B flat, so I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So, you know, so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, you know, I do warm-up exercises where I try to use the 7th string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now, there's 7 of the strings now. Backwards. Now, what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. You know, if you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, you know, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7-string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7-string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7-string guitar player and 6-string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7-string guitar, in his mid-40s. Until he died, and you know, he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him, you know, like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7-string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7-string guitar, and you know, it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, you know, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And I get those really cool. And you get that low note. That really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7-string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, I mean, you know, any chord that uses a 7-string. So I mean, I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, you know, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And, you know, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah, so you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7th string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7th string because he always said that the 7th string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, Lush Life is in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. Dominic, my 3 favorite guitar players, I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, you know, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do a chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lush Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, I mean, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? that was Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on Undone by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? Now I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Now this part is really hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm going, so I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky picture. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here, a lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. strings as much as I can. A, low A. Third. Octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day. So I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the 7th string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is the 7th string. So let me see my live top chat here. How do you apply blues notes into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know your you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay, and there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, you know, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Have you ever tried Elixir strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir strings too. So that's Elixir strings. I use them on my Sala body, actually. You know, these are like 10, these are 7-string sets from my Sala body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. You know, I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, Elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So yeah, so I use Elixir strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything. And any of these tips are help. You know, on the link, I'm actually there's a link if you want to donate to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. if you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So and all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like my YouTube channel. And please, definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I'll never try that. I love electric strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique, less strumming and more doodling? Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah, and thank you for this, for listening to this Octave Harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel, I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So, you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So, I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sands, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on is based on Donald. I could do that for you. Right now, as I'm using the 7-string, someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pissarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But, like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, how about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I know it's in the afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. So sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with the 7-string. Like particularly using the 7-string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, to incorporate in my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone has some questions here. And that's a really cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Do you have a low B? Oh, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Epps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Epps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so the low A string is really a cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. And it's the lowest note, on the 7th string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. You can do cool bass lines. Really cool bass lines like that, like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, oh, okay, so that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying to my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory, okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. It's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second, do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7. Now the low A string, I could use the low A string for all kinds of 7th chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the seventh chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using seventh chords here. Also, so this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. So I'm just using seventh chords here, just as an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the seventh string and seventh chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's what I like about the seventh string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a sixth string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing seventh string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. Pop song by Anita Baker called Caught Up in the Rapture, and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I actually do a lot of recording sessions like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my seventh string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the third string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the seventh string is actually the slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the seventh and the sixth string together, it makes a cool slam Stewart sound. Like it's a fifth. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that seventh string slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do 3 of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you know, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here. Because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, you know, I mean, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. You know, hey, Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. You know, I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, would you most like to perform today if you had a choice? If I had to play with an artist today, Dave, I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that played with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, you know, please. I have this ready on my description, but you know, I'm taking donations today too. You know, if you feel like, you know, there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, and help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7-string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet you. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But you know, if you're enjoying this, you know, please subscribe, of course, and you know, send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. You know, I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and you know, if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in Northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years, you know, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, Northern Holland. And they're basically, it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe as far as like, you know, classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that, you know, you can go there to Guildhall, any place in Europe where there's is much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. You know, he just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitarist, 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends from, well, I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berklee. Yeah, Berklee. Take your money, Berklee. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. everybody. So that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups. Never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lodge. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So yeah, Julian Lodge is featured in this. I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, entry-level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into, if you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in Holland? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This will look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7-string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah, okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today. At PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after if I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York, and thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email. RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. That's RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jackson, and that was my 2 walk fasts from my brand new album, Standards in My Songs. And you can pick up your copy at ronjacksonmusic.com of vinyl and CD formats. And it's going to be reviewed in the May issue of Vintage Guitar Magazine. So pick up a copy of Vintage Guitar Magazine at vintageguitar.com, and I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you. Well, I'm going live right now. Hello. Hey everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and actually I'm getting ready to, I see 2 people already up here. I'm just going to adjust the camera and make sure everything's get ready to go. And let me get my music out. But, you know, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts. So I'm just testing the mic to see, because I'm actually going to be using a mic, a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, you know, please ask me. Please send in chat, okay? Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I see 2 people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. Let me just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using 2 guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7 strings. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgari. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera, and I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already. Thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use a melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. and it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay, and so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically, and through my amp. Listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic, because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo, and I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there, so you could see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck, all the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Not only the key of C, that should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account, they melodic minor actually won the the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking, Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually, in the I think in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay, it is to actually what's the word? To know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz, and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually what's the word? Play them in a way where it sounds musical. Okay, so first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing up the scale. Every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even with students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't do practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note. Go to C, to E flat, okay? And we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale. Skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds. Like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you're going to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything's saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and and it's going to be, the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords, because you should be able to play this in every key. So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads when I say that, okay, just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the 7th chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go, we're going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops, made a mistake there. So that's actually C minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then see? See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, and then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major, 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people right with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop 2 voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop 2. So, actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop 2 voicing right now. I want to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me. E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational set. What's the settings. So, for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord of any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'm going to use. I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. That's another one. Sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'll make that into an altered chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragu, hey. Ragu, I like that name. From Iceland. I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay. Another thing you could do on blues, actually, is if you're playing a dominant 7th chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now, remember on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now, what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff. To you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So just so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart. Okay, and you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't want to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. There's another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no. So Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented it's an E flat major augmented seventh I'm playing. Okay, so that's actually a minor major seventh is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords, I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay, so I lower the E to D, then I lower the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th, and then I lower the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord. Okay, so it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7. Okay. Now, all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it. Okay. E flat minor major 7 is actually 1, 5, major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of if I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as the flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy. We're in melodic minor, so it's a little different. Okay. So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not related in the same way. Okay. So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then no, it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the one chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat, 7, 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, I mean, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is the G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing, and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord now. Non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant 7th chord in the key of C is G7. Okay? I usually would play a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Yeah, contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second at gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com, PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put down the guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart, okay? So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song, and if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested, and and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram. Everybody that started following me, and my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross post onto my Patreon and everything else, and Instagram, and I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff. Okay, so watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B, and in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here: E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and and I have a low A note here, and it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, and you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know, and it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it, and then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. As a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately. and I didn't know that. Now, so yeah, Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. This is what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. And these were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the seventh string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratching from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So, it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You play 7-string, Jeremy, I guess. Yes? I guess so. If you play 7-string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study 7-string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay, now let me. So this is a 7-string guitar. So I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm gonna remember to review your major modes, etc. before you get to melodic minor, okay? It's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my 6th string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember in the key of in any key, the chord scales are, Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you could take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords. D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point out about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2-5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on so G minor 7 flat 5 to C7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I could use a G Locrian natural 9. When I get to the C7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use. And I can use a melodic minor on F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2-5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2-5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in a jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, in raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it a Lydian augmented. Then you could use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I will have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So, Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we went into. Let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and know the triads. Okay, so it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 60 minutes, just the triads. Now the other triads are the seventh chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 through me. And you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything. And also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram is really taking off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now, thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me, as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels. If you don't, share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, all at Ron Jackson Music. And so we did a melodic minor today. And if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching. And everybody have a great day. And I'm gonna go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. And it was really fun. And you had some great questions. And I really appreciate you guys. And it was a great session today. And you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay, and if there's anything you want to check out and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay, have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. Um, just to get started, um, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like, this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a modern method for guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's and when I studied at Berkeley, um, you know, um, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like which you should know how to do too. But there's a problem with tablature. Um, so what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. Um, it's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord, and then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, the, you need to it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that. But there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Um, Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form, like in a real book like this. You see, everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes, and that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to memorize what chords are. Like a G major seven. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book that Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read in different should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's like it's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. This he said reading music. Um, he talked about one thing that was really interesting that I about and it's like when you're looking at piano music. Like piano music is really hard for a guitar player. So you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to like extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, I mean, and the bass clef together. So like the so this is A, C, E, G, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm going to take out my guitar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. So let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. Um, I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training, and also you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh hey Reggie, hi. Can you hear me okay, Reggie? Respond please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Um, questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. So just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like do re mi fa sol la ti do, which is your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say one, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very, very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now, these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1, 4, 5, 1, which is like a 1, 4, 5, 1 progression. Different cadences like that. 1 to 5. 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm gonna put something on my phone. I think like a like a like a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music when by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings here because I'm hearing an echo. I'm going to try to fix that real quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on 1 second. It's picking up the. Oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to. Input is should be the. Let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. Put the. Is this? Okay. Sorry, I'm going to have to use my. I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now. So so anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the. I'm going to use the speaker now. So so you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm going to put something on my phone. I'm going to pick a random pop song. And the first thing you do when you want to take off songs is, ear training is part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of. Um, Let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so it could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. Okay, so let me pick one song here. Billboard Top 100. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So this is a random song. So what I try to find out first is no, okay. So I just stopped. I said, mm, oh, the first. So Anton, it's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only three or four chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it goes. So it starts off with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the sixth chord, goes to A, and this song is actually called what is it? Dynamite Official, BTS. It's BTS, the famous Korean pop band. And it goes C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could actually, I try to figure out, if I don't want to like, if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just listen and figure out what chord progressions there are if I and by ear. Now this takes a lot of experience and ear training, so you have to learn about cadences. You have to learn about intervals. You should know all your types of intervals. So this song starts off like that. So it's just three chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. So it's basically C sharp, F sharp, C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs I always find is not learning the song, is the form. So and also the arrangement, of course, because it's the song might be easy with chords, but there's a whole arrangement that makes the song unique. So and also the hard part is learning the melody to these songs. So if you're taking stuff off like pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you.
and you have to know your intervals between notes to be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already a advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you write rhythm first, then the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the notes first, then write the rhythm. So let me write that down. Write notes first, and then rhythm, then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, um, I'll take a note. Let's say I'll write a note down first, like this. I'll put the note here, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, but you have to be able to count rhythms and feel rhythms too. Now that's a whole different skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. Um, he has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm. But Sonny Rollins will probably start playing off the time in a minute. Ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. So how would you write that? One ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-da. So I just figured that what he played that he was playing on E flat major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of So that rhythm is like you got to figure out where's he playing that at. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do ba. So that's the and of one ba do ba. So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going one. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 ba do be ya bo do be da do. I mean, he's playing it like that, so it's like now you can see the rhythm. It's one, two, and then when you get to the in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2. So one, boo, do, beta, do. So it's going one eighth note, then two eighth notes on the second beat, two eighth notes on the third beat. So it's like one, but do, beta, do. Then there's a rest on four. And then he's playing on the beat one now. One, ba do, beta, bo, da, ba, da, do. I mean, that's basically what he did. I mean, I'm doing this really fast, but let me see. Move back a little bit. Oh, shoot. Let me see where he's at here. Let me play that. He's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? See? That's the thing he just played. Ba-doo-ba-ya-bo, doo-ba-da-bo. I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. I don't have that with me in front of me. Some notation paper, but that would be the eighth note, and that's like a E flat. And I'm in the same register he's playing. So you should actually know if you're transcribing what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. He's playing the fourth, or and he's actually approaching the third back to the root. That's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. You know, and so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and actually taking off melodies. So what I usually do is I transcribe, and I could either transcribe if I want to, write it out for to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos, or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger. But if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. You should have this stuff memorized. So you should know how to do these things by ear and memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. So ear training is very important. Also, sight reading. Be able to even write this out, you have to be able to read a little bit. I mean, pretty good. I mean, not particularly. I mean, learning on the guitar is kind of hard. Um, One of the things that I wanted to show you today was, let's say that lick I just showed you. That lick, that lick he just played. I could play it here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. There's three ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like an E flat chord to F minor for a second, outline the F minor, and then you can do it here. And then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower, So that's these are different things you can do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings, and that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find the best fingering. Like when you're learning a saxophone solo, its saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who like told me like who played trumpet said, "Well, man, these I was learning a guitar solo the other day, and it's really hard to play on trumpet." So you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later. On the link if you want to watch my live stream. You know, so I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off. But so one important thing is first, like I taught. Let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do re mi fa sol la ti dos. Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. The guitar players can play fast. Um, I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play a horn because they can take a breath and they move their fingers and it's more legato. The guitar has to actually pick or attack each note somehow. Let me show you. You have to be able to attack each note, but you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You just have to figure out you just have to practice and get the technique together. But horns can actually blow through, and piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think every instrument you can play fast. You just got to get your chops together and practice. I mean, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. Like I couldn't get any speed. If you want to talk about getting speed, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took 1 or 2 lessons, and he showed me this George Benson picking technique, and I got made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, see? So now I was able to get speed, but it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. So I use a lot of legato. I mean, I kind of approach it more like a saxophone player. I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. He actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. Those different types of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's going to be about sweep picking. So you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because if you skip across a string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio. Or Those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. It's just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, I'm figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering or figuring out the right fingering helps you play these melodies and solos much faster. Okay, and in that song, I was lazy. Um, Usually I'll learn a song by ear if I have time, but I usually just now just look at the sheet music just because to save time because I can read too. So I think it's very very important everybody to know to be able to play so many different ways. You should be able to read music, transcribe music, hear music, and you know you know write down the music. Do every possible way. Know how to read tabs. You should know all these different techniques because they're all useful tools. Especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians like I have a lot of friends. When I used to do Broadway a lot, they were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and that's good too. They play the crap out of those parts. And but they're like I don't know I don't know how you put it. Like they're like these it's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. But it's not to me. I mean, but they're not. They admit they're not creative. That they don't know how to. They don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill that brings you to. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, but um, so I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. It's actually a skill and a discipline. I like the discipline. That's the word I want to say. It's a discipline to actually play parts to a show, a Broadway show, and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band, and be able to play all these different instruments. Like I wouldn't be playing like just like a guitar. I'd be playing like banjos and whatever. You know, um, you know, electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money. You know, I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like, it's a lot of, it's like a real job, and it's only a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But but I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts and you have to be meticulous and and play it right every night because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music, but it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more about that in another live lesson. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we can talk about. Um, and that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? Um, so you should be able to just to review. You should be able to also know different rhythms, um, and count them and see them. And it took me a long time actually, because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th note. I mean, in those kind of notes, but it was hard for me to start working on 16th notes, you know, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music, because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows, because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for real live, real life shows, not like sitting at home with a real book. And I learned a lot just by doing that, and got my helped my reading a lot, you know. And so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to do it, you know, and get into situations where you have to read music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now for now. Get together, go to play a show. If you're just get starting out, find an off Broadway show, or an amateur show, just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. Um, and as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently, and different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So, if there's any questions, let me know. Send me, a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. Let me write this down for you guys. Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, uh, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson, and about my live lesson, and I'll see you guys in about a month, and I hope that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training. Um, and each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, is just have one whole subject, okay, instead of having like three different ones in one. But I wanted to give you an overview about all these different things you need to learn. Okay, everybody, have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
I'm trying to go live here. And it's going to be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's going to be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm going to be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm going to be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. You know, I've had those kind of remarks. So if you have any questions, please ask them, you know. What's up, everybody? On YouTube, how's it going? I'm going to go live on Instagram, too, now, just for fun. And I've been, hey, everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody. First, I'm transmitting to through Instagram and YouTube, you know, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know, and just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April, and I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in Kansas. So if you know some places for me to play out there, let me know. Okay, I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, you know, Illinois, anywhere. How to practice arpeggios. Okay, so let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's Story? How's it going? I love your playing over there, you know, for acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on YouTube. So you know, I'm playing my 7-string guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So you know, I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, I'm going live, and Instagram's asking me to ask you to, you know, if you want to donate badges to me to help support my page, and I appreciate it. You know, I'll give you a big shout out if you do here on Instagram and on YouTube. You can donate $1, you know, 99 cents, $1.99, or $4.99 for 1 or 2 or 3 of hearts to help me and my channel. And Instagram, you know, is encouraging me to go live, and you know, on YouTube I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Okay. Oh wow. Hey, thank you for the badge on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but let me angle the camera a little bit lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who was that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Um, Let me adjust the camera. Now, I'm going to take some questions. I see some questions here on YouTube. Let me see. I want to see what's going on here. Love you. Try to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that seventh string. Just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work, like booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. It's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal, and I use and I have a bunch of pedals actually from Seymour Duncan that I use, and I actually was demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk. Just in case you guys don't know him. And we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band with all original music. It's all about. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were black people of color that were killed by the police. It's all a suite that he got a grant for a few years ago, and then we did some video for them. It's going to be great. It has like all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal. Actually, a lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan. Just in case guys don't know, let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. Since people are asking about my pedal board, I have one right here, and let me show you what it looks like, guys. You're welcome. If you guys take your requests, on Instagram, someone actually gave me. I'm gonna answer your question right now about what's my favorite song key, but if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Movements is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't donate with badges because you're not on Instagram, YouTube, but I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. And we'll talk more about announcements like that too. Thank you guys. So now, let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a pedal train pedal board here. See this? And take all the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, it's a lot of work, man. They have great pedals. Look at the pedals in this pedal board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me try to put this. It's too much. Look at this pedal board. Let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster by Seymour Duncan. So you guys can look at that. Take a look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here. And these were like I'm an endorser for them, so they give me pedals basically. There's a lot of money worth of pedals here. So I love using the Boss Octaver, and look at that, yeah. Okay, and then I use a volume pedal, Boss volume pedal, FV50. It's a great volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp actually, which is my Fender Tone Master amp back here, okay? It's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is these are Seymour Duncan pedals too. This is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because I like to play clean. And also I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey, but he lives in way out in California near the beach. He does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the pedal for that stuff. Okay. So now let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jimmy. Red House. That's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. Are there very affordable amps that you can recommend for jazz? I mean, there are affordable amps, but I tell you guys, the best amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or they're like the tube amps, so they simulate the tubes. and they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now. And I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle the power of the amp. So these speakers here are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is 250 watt speaker, put in this amp, and it sounds great. I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy, and I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. Let me see all the messages. You're from the Manila. Oh, cool. How long have you been playing? I've been playing since I was a kid. Creating ways to use the whole tone scale. Okay, so someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking, and I'll answer your questions too on Instagram too. So if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. So I like to do things like this. Half step below each, like I'm doing a third. You can play up the scale like this. Then you could go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You could go. And it's kind of easy to play the whole tone is arpeggios like this. I'm using that like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. Now that's really great for for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone licks like that, but also I like doing whole tone licks like this. Like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See what I'm doing? So those are kind of cool licks I like to use with whole tone, everybody. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. I'm practicing right now, everybody. Actually, so I like to practice these things. Okay. So that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the key of D because of E is a good key too because you get those harmonics. So I love using open string harmonics with open string chords, and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite keys is, the guitar keys, like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. So you can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that, okay? So I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. You know, a bunch of people have been watching on and off on Instagram, so I'm going to play a song now before people get bored, because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you, I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass, I sound great. I'm trying. You know what, I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much business, and then I ended up not playing the guitar, unfortunately. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. This is a 7-string, guys. So just in case you guys, I want to let you guys know, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York, okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig. Okay, come watch me tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, you know, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York. Okay, and it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place in Harlem. Okay, and this might be backwards for you guys on Instagram. Okay, and it's on 151st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, you know, on Instagram, and you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com, or anybody out there. And I want to know, you know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year, so bring me out there if you know of any places. Okay. Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad? Lines. What are some great ballad lines on, for example, on Stella by Starlight? Okay, let me answer that question. So if I'm doing Stella, let's play that song right now. So if I'm going to be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. That's a 2/5 line, minor 2/5. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Now I'll be doing Lydian dominant here. Arpeggios. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. Now when I get to the G7, now I could do altered if I want to. I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A flat 7 on this. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone's asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm gonna answer some more questions on Instagram. I mean on YouTube because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying this show on Instagram, um, just so you know, you can donate actually to my badges because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You can buy a badge for a 99 cents or $1.99 or $4.99, 1 or 2 or 3 hearts. And on YouTube, you can just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing, thank you. How can I use the circle of fifths when I'm improvising? Well, when I'm improvising a circle of fifths, it usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing like a typical progression on rhythm changes, sometimes a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, is like I got rhythm, I got, that song. A typical reharmonization on that one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself, everybody, if you want to do these kind of licks over chord changes. So I'll just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you could practice them like symmetrically like this. It's hard to do. Etc. etc. So I'm just practicing them two different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it, okay? Let's see if you can play the bebop. What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play, if you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with a metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it. Maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like to be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me. I don't know who this guy's name is. About some bebop stuff. I don't know. So Joe Pass, you know what he was said. You know what he said to everybody, and I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. I'm here to give a workshop. He can play. So, I mean, and I can play, whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do. And there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you know, just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people used to ask him crazy, stupid questions. Play giant steps! Play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. Why are you guys watching me then? If I have nothing, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So so anyway, whatever. So I'll answer your questions if I can. Now so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished and minor six chords? Actually, the minor six chord and the half diminished chord, which is called actually minor 7 flat 5, are the same exact chord. Now, there's a real pain in the butt, these chords. I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you could think about them. So E minor 7 flat 5 or E half diminished is the same as a G minor 6 chord. Different inversion. Okay? So these are all the same chord. This is G minor 6 or E minor 7 flat 5. It's just an inversion. Okay, watch it. So these are all the inversions on the 5th string root. I'm playing a 7th string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know all your inversions. You should know all these, okay? All your 6th string roots, 5th string roots, okay? All your inversions. So they're exactly the same chord, just so you guys know, okay? Great question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means if I'm going through it from one chord to another or passing chords, I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there I am. Good. So look at this. Someone just bought this book. They said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions. Okay, but this book, it teaches you how to play positions, all the skills and everything. But the thing is, everybody, um, you need to read just more music, more than music out of this book. You need to get like just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading is by just sight reading. You got to practice your sight reading just like you practice your scales, practice everything else. Okay. Yeah, I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So like, yeah, so just practicing like everything you possibly can. I read all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, let me see if I can show you. I just read anything. I have a bunch of books behind the screen here, but sight reading books, anything. And I try to read stuff. Don't read like all the jazz riddles. I have all these fake books. You could try to read like bass clef. Try to read bass clef. These bass lines on bass clef. Slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by Mike Nog. So there's all kinds of, all these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are like, I'll tell you everybody, this is real. What happens if I put some music in front of a guitar player? They stop. And you don't want to be like that. You want to be very well-rounded as a guitar player, I think. You should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than anything else. So I read sheet music, I read guitar chords, everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. I appreciate you, Ymir. So let me go. How do you transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs? You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube, shorts, and on my TikTok, all at Ron Jackson Music, and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's a very common jazz blues, but the changes are different, in blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, Hey, oh yeah. Whatever you, some chordal voicings. I can see chordal voicings. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fourths. That's very, easy to play on guitar. So, great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer, and I thank you for all the questions and great, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is. What other option? What people are saying on YouTube right now. And let me keep playing, everybody, because everybody's gonna get bored if I keep don't play. Can you please talk about slash chords? So yeah, someone's asking me about slash chords. Okay, so I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like two chords over one. Okay, look at this. These are slash chords right here. Endangered Species by I think it's Wayne Shorter. I think it's a Wayne Shorter song. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Wayne Shorter and somebody else. So look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means, to me, that means G over A is a G chord with an A in the bass. Now, an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over A is actually, to me, it could also be called an A sus9. And a A over B is a B sus9. Then it has F major 7 over a B. So look, F major 7 flat 5 over B. So watch this. Okay. Now that's weird. Now what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord to me is almost like a, I mean, I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord so it can make it easier for me to play. So an F major 7 flat 5 with a B in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B locating scale. So here, so when there's a G over A, then how do you play over that stuff? To me, a G over A is actually an A suspended chord, so I'll use E Dorian. A B over A over B, I would use an F Dorian scale too. Or it's a dominant scale, okay, a B dominant. So that's how you go over the slash chords. That's a great question. So slash chords can be scary looking even for me, because you know they look complicated, but sometimes also, you know, the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing it's a chord on top with a bass note. Sometimes I'll write 2 chords on top. That can be difficult too. You know, like one chord could be like a G, then one chord on the bottom could be like an A minor or something crazy. So that's even more difficult. And that happens actually, that exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, you know, for all the questions, you know, and please share my page with everybody, you know, and follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. You know, I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube, and I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, you know, so please share my page. And if, you know, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop on Lively. Now, this is backwards on Instagram, I'm sorry, but it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com. Okay, and I'm doing a workshop that's, you know, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too. Okay, and you can it transmits all over the world. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 18th, Eastern Standard Time. I had people from all over the world attending that. Oh, cool! You're gonna be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January if the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will. Okay, I'll be there. I did my tour last year of California. You know, I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. So, you know, send me a message, everybody, if you need me to come play in your area. Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. So, also, if you're enjoying this, also I'm having a gig tomorrow night in New York City with this great singer named Hanka. Come to Harlem at Patrick's Place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay, you just have to eat and drink something, though, of course. Okay, so you know, if there's any questions, let me know. I'm gonna play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If if you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so that's Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App for you guys here. And backwards for Instagram. You know, or you can just, give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like, okay? Thank you. NAMM, I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. You know, I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM, okay? We're there with oh cool, great, that's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50 city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions, but let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh yeah, Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read. Actually, I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument and do what you want to do, reading has nothing to do with anything. So that's a great point. I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't know how to read till later myself, until I went to Berkeley and then I started doing Broadway stuff here in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people, unless you have amazing ears, it's hard to learn a lot of stuff if you can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer. And it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I got to go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time. And I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying to do this. So, thanks, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. Thanks, Ron. You're welcome. Yeah. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Next time. You can watch the playback, though. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon, okay? Watch the playback. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and welcome to my Patreon-only video on Barry Harris rhythm changes. Now, Barry Harris makes everything really simple when he's actually playing over rhythm changes at a really fast tempo. So I'm going to be showing you how he actually does that. For example, rhythm changes is based on the song called I Got Rhythm, and a lot of songs have been written over that tune, like Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker and Anthropology by Charlie Parker, Oleo. So many songs, okay? That song was originally written by George Gershwin. There's a lot of chords in this song, and the most important thing to know is we're in the key of B flat, is that the A sections, which are, the form is actually AABA. The A sections, some people play it just one scale there usually. But to be able to play on the changes, you should know all your scales to be able to play on the changes. So what Barry actually does, he actually simplifies the changes. So in my exercise in the music here, I'm going to be playing you first the chord progression of rhythm changes. Then I'm going to play you the simplified version that Barry Harris uses, okay? Which is eliminating all the chords and just making them one chord per measure. Now, usually in rhythm changes, the first two bars are B flat major 7, G minor 7, C minor 7, F7, okay? But Barry actually just plays a B flat for one bar, B flat major 7, and F7 for one bar, okay? So he eliminates the second chord, which is a 6 minor, and he eliminates the 2 minor to the F7 because those are really just substitutions. So like that. You'll just do this. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So that's what he actually does. So you're going to actually learn how to take a solo just on the simplified changes, which is much easier than playing an arpeggio or whatever notes you can get through the A section with chords in every 2 beats of the measure. Let me show you how rhythm changes goes all the way through the whole song just with the regular changes. I'm going to put the metronome on. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's regular rhythm changes. Basically, there's slight variations, but that's regular B-flat rhythm changes. AABA form. I did the tempo of 140 for you. So I'm going to simplify them for you the way that's written on the music here, where Barry eliminates every chord, just makes every chord one whole bar and eliminates the substitutions. Instead of playing a G minor 7 right after the B flat chord, you could just play a B flat all the way through for one bar and eliminate the G minor, because the G minor is just a substitution for the B flat, and also the C minor is a substitution for the F7 for one bar. Okay, so we're going to eliminate the G minor and the C minor and play one bar of each chord, B flat major 7 to F7. And also we're going to substitute like a 2-5 going to the 4 chord, which could be an F minor to B flat, or you can play a B flat major 7 and go to the E flat dominant and go to E diminished. We're going to eliminate all that and just play straight B flat 7 for one measure, then E flat 7 for one measure, then go back to the B flat major 7 to F7 for one bar each. So we're eliminating all those extra chords, and the bridge, of course, there's no eliminations because it's all dominant all the way through, 2 bars each, okay? And then we're doing the same thing on the C section, which is basically like the A section going to the second ending, which is the ending of the song. Let me play you the chord progression that's simplified that Barry wrote, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how Barry simplifies the chords of rhythm changes. So now, what he does, especially when you're playing this really fast, instead of playing over each chord, playing a lick every time, doing a lick like that, or sounds very mechanical. But also, I'm arpeggiating the chord or doing a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and I don't have to actually do that. I can do that pattern to get through the changes, a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern on each chord. When you get to the minor, it's a 1, 2 flat 3, 5 pattern. But Barry actually just does a scale going up in eighth notes, like the B flat major scale on the B flat chord, ends on the 4th beat as a quarter note. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, it's very important because that's how you learn how to improvise and play over each change and play in time. Remember to practice this every possible fingering. Like that, okay? So I'm going to play you this exercise all the way through to the end, and this is how it goes. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually how you play the Barry Harris rhythm changes right on each chord on a rhythm change song that's simplified. So what he's doing is actually replacing all the notes that you would play in between and just simplifying it to play the scale that actually works for both chords. But when you're actually playing fast, that's when you start using this, because then you don't have to think about all those other chords. This will work. That's how I did my intro. I was thinking just playing 1, 5 in my solo, and made it much easier for me to play over each change. So that's the Barry Harris method. So if you have any questions, please email me. And this is Ron Jackson. My Patreon page is www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And thanks a lot for listening. Have a great day. We had an issue earlier where I couldn't go live. So let me see if I can go live now without any issues with the connectivity. Okay, so let me see what's going on here. I'm going to put this on right now. And I'm live. And hopefully you guys can see me better now. I reconnected my router. And let's get started. Cool, much better. I restarted my router, and things are better now. So thank you for watching, everybody. Sorry about that. I deleted that video. So we're talking about difficult melodies. So I've been working on difficult melodies for a long time. So please send me questions if you have any, and I'll try to answer them on the camera. Okay. So I mean, there's all kinds of melodies I've learned over the years that are difficult. So let me play a little bit. Like I was telling you, I was trying to work on "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. So it goes like this. I'll do it slow. So you know what? When I'm playing that melody, I've been practicing that thing for like a year. You know, and the thing is, it's not playing it that slow; it's being able to play it fast. But I would practice this so many different ways. I would go like this, and I would go up to here. So you know, so that lick is cool because you can play that actually so many different ways. I mean, I can go like here. I did it here. I mean, I don't want to play an octave. So I can play it that way as well. And there's so many ways you can play that melody. So I was playing that melody and trying to find the the easiest fingering. The hardest one was not that particular melody. So basically, this when I try to find when it's a difficult melody, I try to be able to find like how the melody works against the chords. So that these are arpeggios. So this is a D minor arpeggio with the fifth in the bass, which is the A in the bass. And then it goes to an A chord. So if you look at it like this. It does the same thing. Now it does that line and then goes up to this line. This is the same thing in G. Okay, and and it goes with the chord progression, which it goes like this. It's basically that progression, which is like a D minor. It's like Stairway to Heaven. So D minor major 7, or you can call it C7 with a A7 dominant with the C sharp in the bass, which is the third. Then it goes to a D minor 7 with the 7th in the bass, to a B minor 7 flat 5. So the melody kind of goes around that, like that, etc. Okay, so when I try to learn these difficult melodies, I try to see how they go around the chords as well, because it gets complicated and it can be really weird, if you don't learn how the chords go with it. So, let me see some of these questions here. Good day, sir. I'm a new follower. Oh, great, Van. Everything is fine. That's great. Can you show us the difference between jazz and blues again? Well, okay. Let me see. Van's asking me. Van Man? Is that what your name is? Okay, I like that name. So, Van. Blues is, blues, jazz comes from the blues. So blues is just, blues chord forms are basically, I don't want to say simpler, but they are simpler than jazz chord forms. So let's say you're playing a blues in E, or let's pick a different key, G. So blues would go 1, like a 4, and then 1, and then and it goes for 4 bars. 12 bar blues, for example. Now it goes to the 5 and the 4, etc. in the blues. Okay. Now in the jazz song, we would like reharmonize this basically. So we would go like, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. We would do all these fancy chords, which are like, is taking the blues and developing it into a more modern sound. That's all. So jazz is really just an offshoot of the blues. It's a more modern. It's a much more modern form. And harmonically, and with your guitar licks and all kinds of stuff. Lines and stuff. And also, but the thing is, if you're a jazz musician and you don't really know the blues, you don't have that feel of the music of this. So you need to know the blues, in my opinion, to be able to have a good jazz feel in a way, because that's where it all came from, the blues. So blues, and I don't want to make it so simple, but the blues is really important, and I don't think jazz is a better music because you're not playing the blues, or because you think jazz is better than the blues. No, I think jazz is part of the blues. It's just an offshoot. And yeah, someone just mentioned how blues evolved into rock and roll. Yeah, blues, rock and roll is from the blues, obviously. So is jazz. A lot of music's from the blues, okay? The American blues. Now, if you wanted to get into country music and all that stuff, country music comes from like, I heard from Irish roots, in Ireland, the fiddle music and all that stuff, river dance and all that crazy stuff. So, anyway, so that's a great question. So, anyway, I'm talking about difficult melodies. So, for example, when I'm learning melodies, I work on really hard melodies for some bands and for myself. So take a look at this melody, guys. Now, I know most of you don't know how to read music, or I hope you could read some music. Now, guitar players are very guilty about not reading music, but I'm used to reading music, actually. So this is a song by Thelonious Monk called Skippy. Now, this is a really hard melody, and it's really funny. I've recorded this on an album, no problem playing it, but if you don't play this stuff for a while, you'll forget it. This is a really hard melody. You see all this? It has an eighth note with a 3/16 note triplets, all kinds of crazy stuff. 16 notes. This is all a jazz tune too. So Monk really wrote really hard stuff. So that melody sounds like this if I'm playing it slow. So that's a lot of stuff, man. And that melody, if I'm just doing it off like this, it's really hard to play. And and there's some weird fingerings that I have to practice. Now, I used to play this perfect, but during the pandemic, I've been practicing other stuff and going live a lot. So you start forgetting these melodies. So what you have to do is you have to try to find the right fingering. And now this is a really hard melody and a lot of difficult chords. The chords go like this. The next one goes. So, you have to be able to play all that stuff too. Thank you. God bless me. Thank you, Lynn. Oh no, it's not Lynn. Sorry. Fanny Robert Beats Bez Studios. Wow, you got a lot of words in your name there. Mine's just Ron Jackson Music. So everybody who's watching this, please, if you're not subscribed to me, please subscribe. I have a lot of cool content coming out, and a lot of cool, honest content where it's not unfiltered, and I try to answer your questions as best I can. So please send me some questions. So we're talking about playing melodies. So I'm talking about this Monk tune called Skippy, which I recorded almost about 10 years ago, and I played this fine, but I haven't been playing this at all. So we had a gig the other night, and see how all those melody notes there. So what I do is I practice these things really slow. Like I'll go. So that's the first two. That's the first beat on the first two beats. Then the next part goes. So that's the next part of the line, and I'll go like this. So that's a lot of notes. Okay, that's the melody. That's the melody of this song. The first two bars only. Okay, and that's what it looks like. If you look at it, it's these two bars, 1 and 2. Now, how did I come up with that? Well, first, I'm not playing it where it's written. I'm playing it an octave higher. That means I'm not. It's written here actually. It's written here. down there now, but it doesn't sound that good that low on the guitar. So that's another thing you have to consider when you're playing difficult melodies or any kind of melody. If you're looking at the sheet music, like if you can read music, of course, first, you have to be able to, it's better to transpose up the melody because sometimes it's too low for the guitar. The guitar's a low-pitched instrument anyway. So I'm reading it up here now instead. So I'm doing that automatically. I don't even think about it. So I'm reading the melody here. Okay, so that's a really hard part of the song. So that's all this part right here. If you're looking carefully, I just played up to this bar right here. So I played all this and all this just now. You see how hard that is to play? It's crazy. So this is Thelonious Monk's music, and now everybody thinks that Thelonious Monk is this, like this. That's a blues. So that's Blue Monk, but that's one of his easy songs, and that's not even easy to play. Okay, because he does his stuff with weird timing. So he's one of the bebop masters. When you're learning his tune, a tune like that, it's like really, really, really hard to play that stuff correctly and learn it correctly. Like and actually, the melody goes like this. It's that note. So you can actually do all those harmonies that he does too, and he'll do the harmony like this. So I would play this different ways, for example, when I'm practicing these melodies, these difficult melodies. That's not an easy melody either. So I try to find different fingerings for the same melody. I can do it here. So it's actually. See what I'm doing? So I practice things like that so I can really know the fingerboard and play these difficult melodies. Thank you, fan Robert. God bless you. So so that's an example of me playing a difficult melody, like a monk melody. So I would practice it real slow, and like that. So for example, another song I've been working on, that's right here. It's in my book. I don't know if you can see this stuff on the screen, but this is like, oops, I hit a different button. For example, so this is a song called. Let me try this again. This is called Celia by Bud Powell. I've been working on this since the pandemic. Okay, and if you look carefully, it goes like this. It's a really hard melody. It has a lot of rhythms in it. It has 16 notes, 16-note triplets, eighth notes, etc. See all that? And so when I'm practicing a melody like this, I try to find the right fingering. For example, I'm playing this up an octave first again. No, this is actually, I am playing this in up an octave. No, I'm playing this in the right range. So it goes like this. see all those rhythms I'm playing there? So what I did was, the melody is hard to play and hard to remember, so but it kind of follows the chords. So the chords go B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, and then D minor 7, and then E minor 7, E flat minor 7 to A flat 7. Then it goes D minor 7, D flat 7, C minor 7, B7. Okay, and then it goes B major 7, B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, then F7 flat 5. There's a lot of complicated chords here too. So when I'm actually playing through this stuff, I'm thinking, how does that melody work against the chords? So I'm playing like this. So it starts off like this. So when that melody is being played over that B flat major 7, then when I get to that C minor 7 flat 5, this part is this. So that's, I can see that note goes on that C minor 7 flat 5 chord. Then it gets to the D minor 7 chord. See, that follows the chords. It all follows the chords right there. So I try to find these little hints in the melody of these difficult bebop tunes where I can see how the melody works against the chords. So it goes like, see what I just did? So what I'm showing you guys who just came in is I'm showing you Zelle right now by Bud Powell. And that's a really difficult melody. You can look that up yourself and try to find it. Oh, hey, I was wondering how you learn music fast. I've been playing for 7 months, and every time it takes me to learn a whole song is 1 week and a half. How can I shorten this time? Hey, so I'm Gum Corrupt too. I like your name. So that's a good question. You know what? I mean, it depends on how the difficulty of the song. I mean, I learn songs pretty fast, but learning songs fast and remembering them is a whole different story, everybody. So, I mean, I can learn a song fast by ear, for example, but to retain the song, that's really hard to do. So what you got to do is you got to practice every day the same song, even if it's 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Your brain works like this. Your brain retains all that information if you repeat it over and over and over. So I learned that from teaching my students and from, experience myself learning. Like if I had to learn a Broadway show or something really difficult, a lot of difficult music where there's a lot of guitar parts and all kinds of chords. Even, and I'm only reading music too. The best way to memorize something is to really practice it every day. And also listen to the song if you're learning a new song, and say if it's a rock song or whatever, any song, it can be any song. Listen to it so it's in your ears as well, and you remember what it is. To me, also the hard part of learning a song is learning the form of a song. Where the verse is, and then where the chorus comes in, and where the bridge comes in, where the guitar solo. If you're doing a rock song or a pop song, those are called arrangements. So you have to remember the arrangements. Now, when I'm learning a song like this is really hard because a lot are involved. I can remember the chords much faster than I can remember the melody. Okay? It's easier to play the chords. But, playing the melody and the chords is, it's a whole different thing. You got to memorize all this stuff. What are ways of earning money as a starting guitar player? You mean earning money playing? I don't know. It's like you got to try to get gigs, man. Try to get your own gigs, or have people say, tell people, I'm a guitar player. I want to. Can you hire me to play? That's the best way to get gigs. I do things like this. Watch this. Like right now, I'm doing a live stream, so I'll go like this. If you could donate, $1 or more, just go to my PayPal, and donate $1 or more if you can afford it to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. So during the pandemic, I've been using this sign, for example, to help me, make money during the pandemic. And what's happening now is, like, since I have a lot of followers on YouTube and Instagram, I'm starting to monetize. So that's what you can do too. You can get a lot of followers. So for now, for example, with Instagram, I have a lot of followers. So now I can do swipe ups and make money. You know, selling my videos. I sell books, all kinds of stuff, guys. You know, if you want a book from me, you can buy it from me. Go to my website. That kind of stuff. You know, that's what I do to make money playing this. Also, like I'm doing badges now on Instagram, and I make money for people donating. So you can do these different types of things to make money, but you know, to make gigs. But you know, you have to be able to show people something that you know they want to learn. You can't just say I'm going to just start playing guitar and make money. You got to be able to. You got to be good enough to show people, and you got to be good enough to be able to get gigs. So I mean, and I have to hear you. And one good way to know how good you are is to have a teacher like me listen to you, and you know, and hire a teacher. I have quite a bunch of students from YouTube and Instagram everywhere that I have, you know, that I got because they've seen my videos and they like me, and they like my, you know, my honesty about playing, you know, and I'm not perfect when I play either, you know, because basically when I'm coming on YouTube and playing for you guys, I haven't even touched the guitar, you know, I just started playing right now, so you know, because half the time I'm trying to set up this stuff, you know. So anyway, that's how you make money. Let me see, ask you a question. Hello, sir. Hi, Buenos Aires. What are the ways of earning money? That's great. So that's a great Alexa Loy. Yeah, Alexa Loy. Okay, that's a great. So yeah, so we're talking about learning difficult melodies. So I mean, like when I learn a song like Celia or anything like that, you know, it's really hard. But like when sometimes I retain some melodies easier. So you know, a lot of this stuff, these melodies, these difficult melodies, you have to learn. You have to kind of memorize them like this. So it's funny. I don't play that melody much at all, but I still remember it. It's kind of weird. There's some melodies I know, and I've been playing that melody for years. Okay, and so anyway, um, what you know, I'm gonna have to go soon. But if you have any more questions, please let me know. Um, hold on one second. So everybody, just 1 second. I'm gonna grab something for you. Don't leave. Don't leave. 1 second. So everybody, look at this. Don't leave. So look, if you want to really learn some cool jazz stuff, look at this. Go to my jazz improv workshop this coming July 18th at Lively. Just go to my link here in my bio, and you can find that, and you can actually join my live workshop. Then I can show you all this stuff, and I can see how you play to see if you know, to help you get better playing gigs. Okay, so that's a cool thing. Let me answer this question. Oh, this guy retracted his message. So anyway, it's really important, everybody, to like you know, practice every day these melodies and do things like that to help you get better at playing. So we're talking about difficult melodies today, so let's keep going now. So like so I'm learning all these really hard melodies. So let's take another one right now. You know, you have to practice these things all the time. Here's another difficult melody. Take a look at this. Okay, good question. Fanny, Robert. You know, I would practice. I mean, you know, it depends how good you want to get. Now, if you want to retain information, you should practice 10 or 15 minutes a day at least, every day. It's not about how much you practice a day; it's how much it's that you practice every day to remember information. You understand? And it takes a while. So if you really want to get better, you spend as many hours as you can every day to practice. But sometimes when you do that too much, you can hurt yourself. So I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day a long time ago. So that really improves your playing. And I don't practice enough right now. Do I read solos? Sure. You know what? And I read notation, guys. So it's important to read notation. A lot of guitar players don't know how to read sheet music at all. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. I know I'm trying my best. I don't know, but when I'm reading, I read solos. I read all kinds of stuff. So what I used to read a lot to help you guys, and it's the Berkeley book when I went to Berkeley, like this. It's a big book. You see this? It's kind of crazy. But you get to all kinds of stuff here. Look at this, all these etudes and all this stuff. So this reading is not really that hard actually. Guitar, solos like saxophone solos and stuff, they're hard to read. So sometimes I practice that stuff. But you know what? I just need to practice in general myself. So this is a really great book if you want to get this. You know what? Just so you guys know, someone's saying great advice. I'm looking for music teachers. Well, I give lessons, so go to my links after this. I'm going to put the links up after the video, and I actually have a student coming up very soon. I'm going to have to finish in about 5 minutes. So if you want to study with me, please contact me. My email is ronjacksonmusic. Actually, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com if you want to email me. And my website. Also, if you want to learn some cool things, go join my Patreon, which is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic, and I give really cheap lessons there, starting at $3. And you can learn a lot of cool stuff from me there, and it's all free once you join. And there's tons of free lessons there. We could download them and practice them. But all the lessons on YouTube. A lot of my fans are on YouTube all the time, and the problem with YouTube is you can't tell how you play by watching a YouTube video. And then you go play a gig and you're not be able to. You don't know. You're thinking, wow, I can't really play because no one's listened to you. You didn't have a teacher going, hey, your finger in the play is not playing that note correctly, and all this, and you're not, your timing is not like this, and this, it's hard. You got to have the truth. I like to be, I know the truth about myself. There's a lot of stuff I need to work on, So a teacher will give you the truth, and the most important thing about learning any instrument or doing anything really well is, is the truth. And one good way to judge you is to listen to yourself, record yourself, videotape yourself, just like I'm doing right now. I watch my videos. I'm going, oh my God, that me? Man, I did a flub there, and I'll do this. Now, and you're the worst judge of yourself. So if you really want to get into music and really play good, you got to record yourself. You got to study, and you got to play with other people. Okay. So anyway, let me see. Let me answer these questions. Okay, every day, yep. I read solos. Oh my God. Sir, you're one of my favorite. Okay. How long have you been playing guitar? I've been playing guitar since I was 11. Alexis. What do I prefer, jazz or blues? I like jazz and blues, actually. I love rock, too. I started off playing rock. I love all styles of music, actually. There's only two types of music, good and bad music. Remember that. That's a good quote. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Someone loves my shorts, Overbird. Thank you, Anonymous. What should be the ideal way to learning new songs for everyone? Someone asked me that question earlier. You know what? You got to listen to the song. You got to practice the song every day and memorize it. That's the best thing to do. And I try to listen to, different ways people play these songs, like you might hear a rock song played two different ways. Always hear the original version. Now, if you're learning a song that, that's never recorded, that's a whole different thing, but, listen to the song and play it every day consistently for like a couple of weeks. Then you'll really get the song subconsciously. Your brain works like that. Your brain will remember these things after doing it over and over and over. It's like driving a car. In the beginning, I drive a 6-speed manual transmission car. If you don't practice stuff every day, you'll forget it. But once you know it, You can do it all the time, just like guitar. But you can lose it with guitar. I know great musicians who stop playing, and then and then they lose it because they don't practice every day. So you have to keep it up with music, okay? Um, does everything that applies to electric guitar also apply to acoustic and vice versa? Everybody, if you play acoustic guitar, electric guitar, you should know acoustic guitar. I have a ton of acoustic guitars. So let me show you one right now. So this is a 6-string acoustic. Look, so I mean, I play acoustic guitar too. You should learn acoustic guitar first if you play. So if I'm playing bebop or whatever, so when I'm playing my acoustic guitar, it's very important to know how to play acoustic guitar too, everybody. You have to start off with that. And they're all different, but you should make any guitar sound good: acoustic, electric, solid body, arch top, steel string, nylon string. Yeah, these are nylon strings, everybody. So I have a nylon string. I have like a steel string. I have tons of guitars. You can't see them. Look at this. Let me get another one. Here's another guitar. Here's a steel string. 1 second. I got a steel string here. So this is my humidifier. I throw that in there. Steel string. So yeah, I play steel string too. I have all the guitars actually. I have a 12-string. I have a banjo. You should be able to play all these instruments, everybody. So it's important to be able to be versatile too. And if you want to, someone's not talking about making a living playing music, you got to be very versatile in these days. Like, I mean, I specialize in jazz, but I can play other styles, so I get called for other things too. So you got to be able to do those type of things too. So everybody, I'm going to have to finish the live stream right now. So we were talking about difficult melodies, and people started asking me all these other questions. So are there other jobs that feel similar to playing guitar, like things guitar players have to predisposition to, like well, when you're playing guitar, you got to be able to be very versatile. You got to be able to play different styles. If you want to make a living playing guitar, you got to be able to read notation. Not tabs. Guitar players, I notice a lot of people on YouTube, on my Patreon, my students, they don't know how to read music. So, because they never, everybody's like YouTube tabs, and what the problem with tabs is you got to know what the sound sounds like. Otherwise, you can't play the music because you don't know what the rhythm is. You don't know what it sounds like at all. But so that's a real problem. When you have notation, you can actually play the song and read it because it has it has the notes, it has the rhythms, and you can play exactly the song the way the song is on a record. So I mean, you got to be versatile. You got to have all the guitars. You got to be able to read. You got to be able to record. You got to be able to have good time. There's so many things to be a good musician, and you can't. And the most important thing is I love teaching you guys on YouTube, but you can't just watch YouTube videos to get this together. You got to have a teacher. You've got to play with people. I mean, I don't want to be. I just want to be real with everybody. You got to be realistic about all this stuff. So I mean, because you know what? Otherwise, you're going to go out there and you're going to say, hey, I can't get a gig because there's the things you don't know, and and you can't just judge. You got to have someone say, look, you're not playing that note right. You got to put your finger here. You got to learn how to play with people. There's all kinds of things. It's a lot involved playing a musician, and and it's weird. I haven't been playing that much over a year, so now I'm getting back to gigs. So I feel like a little bit like rusty. That's the word. I still sound good, but I feel rusty because you got to be able to play with people all the time and get together with people. So that's a reality check, I call it. So that's a great question. Yeah. So Anonymous, you're playing every day. Yeah, I play the bass too, so fan. Yeah, you gotta practice. You know what? if you don't feel like you're getting better, that's when you need a teacher. So if you need a teacher, please contact me. We can discuss. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube, who study with me privately, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to practice. And that's it, everybody. So contact me at Ron Jackson Music. No, Ron at RonJacksonMusic.com if you want more information. If you enjoyed if you were learning from me today, please donate $1 or more to my, to my Instagram. To my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and Chase Quick Pay at Zelle at RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. And everybody, I'll be doing a live stream tonight at 7 p.m. on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And please follow me everywhere. I'm going to have to teach another student right now, actually, right after this, a private student online who's been studying with me for 2 years, and he's made so much improvement in improvisation. So, let me see. I play guitar. Oh, yeah, so great. Thank you. So, everybody, please, definitely, follow me, and, I'll give you straight ahead advice on everything. Please rewatch this live if you miss anything. Please share with everybody, and please support me everywhere. And I really appreciate you guys being my fans. I got to 26,000 subscribers now here on YouTube. It's past my Instagram, and it's about to pass my TikTok on YouTube. And YouTube, 5 months ago, I only had 2,000 subscribers. So thank you, everybody, for watching. And let's keep in touch. It's Ron Jackson, and I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day, okay? I've got to go teach now, okay? It was really, hey, Dario, I got your email, Dario. So you own an electric guitar. We'll talk about that more. Okay, thank you. Have a great day, everybody. So I got to go practice myself, too. I need to practice about 5 hours a day, but I'm doing too much social media, unfortunately. But thank you, guys. Please subscribe. Please share. Join my mailing list. Do all kinds of stuff. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Moosa next? Yeah.
Ron Jackson. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And I'm actually going to do a 10-minute warm-up right now. Just because I've been doing a lot of stuff today. And I want to go live and put a little time into practicing. And just, 10 minutes so just to warm up and show you how I warm up when I haven't touched the guitar all day. So for example, I like to start off with this diminished patterns that go across the neck like this. You can go up the neck like this every 3 frets. The same pattern. Every 3 frets, like a diminished pattern. A flat third. I like doing that pattern, just that diminished on the first 4 strings, then going across. And doing this one. You can do this pattern now. You can start from here. Okay, and then I can actually go on the 6th string and do the same thing. This is all the same diminished form. Every 3 frets. Okay, and you can actually do diminished patterns too. See what I just did? This is just a warm-up. I haven't touched the guitar at all today. I've been doing everything else except playing the guitar. So this is a really good warm-up with just chords diminished. Now I like to do the one on the first 4 strings and across. Okay, and the next 4 strings, and the next 4 strings. Okay, so this is 4 to 1, 5 to 2, and 6 to 3. Okay, now you could see that these are all the same chord. If I do that one, it's all the same chord. I'm playing the same octave, just so you know I'm playing the same form, but on different strings. And it's a really good warm-up for your left hand, to loosen up, and get your left hand working and coordinated. And now another exercise I like to do with that same thing is just to go across like this and then go like this, back and forth. I'm trying to do as fast as I can and slow too, and hold those chords nice and legato. Okay, and then you can go up 1 fret at a time. Getting warm up still. This is tricky. Oh, my fingers are still stiff. This is a great warm-up exercise for your left hand. To get across those strings like that. Oh, so that's a really great exercise. I'm doing thirds now like that across. See what I'm doing? Okay, that's really hard to do, actually. Now, if you have any questions, oh, thank you, Seth. Yeah, I'm just doing a little warm up for you guys, so you get just a short 10-minute warm up. So that's really good. I did that for a couple of minutes. Now, like another thing I like to do is just tremolo, like this. I'm only gonna go for about 10 minutes. So that's a really good exercise. I've shown you this before. You can get picking. That's so slightly sharp, that string. Okay, I'm just going across the fingerboard like this. Across the string, excuse me. With my pick. Now I'm using the George Benson picking technique I told you guys about. I'm just doing a little warm up. This is a good exercise. Just a tremolo exercise to loosen up your picking hand. And you can do little things like this, little exercises where you do sweeping like this. So I'm doing alternate picking. You could do it like down, up across the strings. I mean, I would do it slow. I'm just trying to show you fast. So I'm doing 2 strings at a time. See what I'm doing? And then you could do sweeping too. I'm going one direction, just 2 strings, for example. It's really hard to control the strings like this. Now you can do up 2. So what I'm doing is upstroke and then down. I'm just concentrating on my right hand now. My picking hand in my case. Let me turn the heat down a little bit here. I'm burning up. Okay. Just turn it down a little bit. Now I'm back. So that's a warm up like that. I mean, you can do all kinds of possibilities too. 3 strings across. Whatever you can think of is good exercise. So, I mean, we did a little bit of warming up with my left hand, okay? So I did the chords with the diminished. So you can get those fingers real limber. I mean, another warm-up exercise I like to do sometimes is like the chromatic scale in position. So let's stay on the 5th fret. I can go up the scale. So this is the real chromatic scale. I mean, some people do the chromatic scale like this. They do it that way. Okay, you could do it that way. But I like to stay in position sometimes because that doesn't make sense sometimes when you're improvising or playing a line. If you're going across like this with it. But it's a good warm up. You can do things like that, jump around the fingerboard. But I like to stay in position to do a warm up. I learned this from the William Levitt Berkeley book. See what I'm doing now? I'm going. Now, you could do that a little bit slower than me. Just doing this a little bit faster because I'm trying to show you on video. Let me put this down a little bit. So you can actually go like this too. You can go real slow. Keep your fingers close to the fingerboard. See how I'm going descending using my 4th finger. You should be able to connect these on the same string. Every possible. That's a good exercise. Watch me. Up to the same thing. That's tricky. Try to make it sound connected. Really good warm up. I would do it slower than me though. To make it, you gotta make the stuff clean and slow. I'll do it slow. See, I'm trying to get to the next note. I'm pivoting my finger. Connecting the note smoothly. I'm almost accenting the note going down and up. These are really, really basic warm-up exercises you could actually do. So, I mean, that was a 10-minute warm-up. I did picking, legato. I mean, I haven't done, there's all kinds of stuff you could do. But I didn't cover legato or anything like that yet. Hammer on some pull-offs. I did some alternate picking. I did some tremolo, some chords. You know, chords, diminished across, chromatic. Your goal is to be able to play, warm up, and then do your thing. I'm just messing around. But, you know, to get limber so you can do your stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just getting warmed up to get limber, to be able to play my fast licks after and not feel like I'm, you know, completely stiff. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Keith. So this is just a warm-up, a very short video that I'm going to put up, just how you warm up. There's a lot of warm-up exercises you can do. I just did a few today. So I'll do another 10-minute warm-up in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow. And so you can watch this after in the playback. If you have any questions, please send them to me. And I'll see you guys very soon. I got to do something else now. Okay, bye-bye. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. Just doing a little test here for my patrons and making sure you guys can see me and or hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me fine over there. Just checking to see if I can. Oh yeah, I see 2 people up there already. That's great. Now, if you want to, okay, this is going to be a workshop about the 6 and 7 string guitar, the chords, and accompaniment. So you should be subscribed on YouTube, and you should be able to chat with me. There's a chat box to ask questions. Okay, so let me say that right now. You should be able to chat with me, I hope, to ask questions. You have to log in somehow to hello, are you there? Okay, you should be able to log in and hear me. Hold on. I'm going to start in 1 minute, 2 minutes. A lot of technology here. I'll plug this into this. I'm going to make sure also that I'm plugged directly into the internet. And if you guys ever, start studying with me in person and it's long distance, you could actually use this program called Jam-Kazam, where you could actually play with me at the same time.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that, and actually try to stream from there for my. I might actually try to do that next. Try to do a jam exam, but everybody has to have the same setup. I'm gonna turn the light back on so you can see me better. That's good. So if you have any questions, please. Oh yeah. Oh okay. Reggie, just making sure you can you hear me clearly? Send me a message. Reggie Hagee is one of my students, a great guitar player who's in Long Island, New York. If you can hear me, just actually let me know that you can see me and hear me. Yes, great. So let me play you something before we go. Start getting into the workshop about the difference between 6 and 7 string guitar and accompaniment styles. Here we go. I'll play a song for you.
Okay. I don't know who else is watching. I know I see two people watching, but I hope you can figure out how to chat with me on the live chat. Um, so I just played that song, "Will You Still Be Mine," and in the key of E flat. And I did a bunch of stuff in there to show you how to, accompaniment styles and comping styles. Now, I mean, the most important thing for me in jazz, and actually for everybody, is not only to play the melody, but um, is also know your chords and your harmony, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But the most important thing about jazz is actually improvisation at the end. So my goal really is to teach 6 and 7 string guitar players how to actually improvise. But today we'll talk about accompaniment styles and the difference between the 6 string and 7 string guitar. So this is a 7 string Eastman AR model here, AE 810 CE7. It's a great guitar that I got directly from the company. I have a Seymour Duncan pickup on it, and I have these Labella jazz tape strings on it. I'll show you what it looks like. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is backwards. The camera's backwards, but it's okay. So they're pretty heavy strings, and the guitar is pretty a beast to play. It's a 17-inch guitar. So obviously, I think most of you who are on my Patreon tune your guitar to the low 7 string. I learned that from studying with Bucky Picciarelli. He just said to me, tune it to an A. Make sure you have a low A on there. So I mean, the easiest thing about the 7 string, about this tuning of the 7 string, is that you do have a doubled A. This one. So any chord that has a A string in it, the 5th string A, you could just double, like a C chord. Just play it, double it there. I mean, it's simple, but not that simple when you start playing, actually. So you could, if you do like a 1 6 2 5 and A minor and C minor, I mean C major, excuse me. C, A minor, D minor, G7. You could do half of that with the 7 string. Just double, just replace the 5th string with the 7th string. Now you get to this thin sounding 4th string. So that's when you're going to have a problem. That's when you're going to have to use the 7th string again. So you're going to have to go. Now I would have to use a bar D minor chord to get that 7th string and get that full sound of the 7th string on a 1 6 2 5. I'm going to turn my guitar down a little bit. I know it was overdriving a little bit when I was playing. So you're seeing how I'm doing a bass line right now. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. And I'm hitting the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm hitting the chords on the and of 1. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Now you could actually start doing a bass line with that too. That's actually an easy accompaniment pattern. So that's a 1 6 2 5 pattern using the 7th string of the 7 string guitar, replacing the 5th string. So that's the easiest thing to actually do. So when you're actually playing a 7th string, just replace this 5th string with the 7th string, and you can do all kinds of wonderful things. So if I'm doing the same pattern in a higher register, where I'm using the 6th string, like this C major 7 or like this. Okay, any kind of C chord. Okay, welcome a third person that joined my chat. To the level. And if you have any questions, please do me a favor and try to join the chat box. Or if you want to text me, actually, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to check my text. if you have any questions, let me check my text right now. I want to make sure you guys get your questions in. Text me. I'll put my text right now. If you can't get on chat, hold on. You can also text me your questions. I'm going to have my phone on. I'll turn the ringer on. So make sure you text me. And so you can ask questions about anything. So when I started getting into accompaniment, the most important thing to know is your basic chord voicings. Okay, everybody. So if you want to text me, I want to tell you right now. If you have any questions, if you can't see the chat, it is 718-768-7736. 718-768-7736. And you could actually send me a text about any questions you have about accompaniment styles, okay? Or the 6 and 7 string guitar today. So the most important thing is know your basic voicings, everybody, on the 6 string first. Now everybody wants to jump to 7 string, but they I think you have to kind of almost master the 7 string, be pretty advanced to get to the on the 6 string. You have to be pretty advanced to be on the 6 string already. Then switch to the 7 string, okay? So you have to know all your basic chords, of course, because what I try to do is I try to translate with my students. You have to make sure you know all your basic open string chords. You can't like skip that. C minor, A minor, all the variations. A major 7, dominant 7, sharp 5. 6. All the possible variations. Okay, D minor, D7, all that. These are going to be really helpful because that's how you create all your bar chords. Okay, they all come from the open string chords actually. And when you see people with capos playing, they don't know how to play bar chords, so they use a capo. That's the main reason. And I rarely use a capo unless I have to play a song that's like, I have to play a bar chord for like 2 hours, and then my left hand starts to fall off. That's when I put a capo. So I just play the open string version of whatever the bar was. So it's very important to know your open string voicings and know how to change your chords. Okay, so if I'm playing like a typical C, I might grab my 6 string. So for people who are watching too, you should know this on both guitars. But if I'm playing like a typical, let's say a 6 string C chord, C major, this is a very common voicing, but you gotta get used to playing this, to knowing how this chord functions. A lot of people, a lot of written music is based on the piano, which is written in thirds. So the guitar is written, is actually tuned in fourths. Okay, so this is actually this voicing is not like a root 3rd and 5th. This is actually a root 5th, root 3rd, 5th, root. Okay, so you have to kind of understand how to change the chord to different chords and knowing where how chords are voiced on the guitar. So if I want to make this into like a C major 7, I have to change. There's a few different possibilities, but I have to change this note. Remember, the 7th is a root all the way up to the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is that degree. Okay. Now these are diatonic intervals. So the major 7th's a diatonic. Diatonic means within the scale, and remember the major scale is the mother of all scales, based in European music, and then we translate it to jazz and rock and all our American styles, which all are great musics. Okay. So to make a C major 7, I have to take this note. Oops, distorted there a little bit, and lower this. Okay. Okay. I lower this C to a C, to a B. Excuse me. So, but then I'm not playing the 5th now, but I can if I want. I still can. Most guitar players will put this G up an octave to play that now and play that voicing. Okay. Okay. And then, so basically, I put this back in the octave. That's a typical voicing. Then, to play a dominant seventh, I have to lower this note, which is a flat 7. Okay. A B flat, and then make a 6. I would do that. Okay, and then I would make a flat 6. Now, the thing is, you don't really need the 5th most of the time unless you're going to alter it. So I'll just play just these notes. 3 notes. That's a very common thing that I play. I actually learned a lot of these chord voicings from the William Levitt guitar book, A Modern Method for Guitar. And he's really great at those chord voicings. So you get a lot of your common voicings like that in major, like da 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 da. So you should know how to do these lines like that through the chords to get your special voicings. Okay, and then so now these are the major ones. Now if I want to make them to minor, so make it minor now. Okay. So I could do the exact same thing in minor now. So you have the C minor. Now, this is the funny thing is you can play the 5th on these, or you could just go. A lot of people do it that way. Like My Funny Valentine to the major, minor, major 7. Now, the minor, major 7 chord is only one note away from the major 7. You just have a flatted third now instead of the major 3rd, okay? So you remember, everybody, you should know your intervals of your chords by heart. So so you could actually play these chords, so you actually know what you're doing and why you're doing it and what the chord is constructed on. So I usually do a major chord is 1, 3, 5, and the major 7 is 1, 3, 5, 7. Now you have to know how to alter the notes in any key. That way you'll know how to change the chords in any key. So I'll go 1, 3, 5, major 7, 1, dominant, 1, 6, 1, sharp 5, etc. Minor. I'm going minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, minor with a flat 5, etc. Okay? So minor. Da, 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 da. A lot of songs are like that. Then you have My Funny Valentine kind of thing. My Funny Valentine with a minor, major 7, the minor 7. Sweet Comic Valentine, that kind of song. And these are very common voicings, actually. So you can actually play it like this, too. You can play 3 notes. And just play the 3-note voicings that I've been showing you on my Patreon account about jazz voicings like that. With a walking bass line. So I'm going major, minor, major 7, minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, flat 6 or sharp 5 they call it. And you hear this a lot in James Bond movies. Oh, thank you, Biker Chick, for saying that it looks and sounds good. So if you have any questions, please text me or send me a chat. Reggie, you have a question? Usually Reggie has a question. So let me just try playing a song for you using some lines like this. Now this is on the 6th string. We'll talk about the 5th string root voicings like that. Okay. Let me turn this. Excuse me for a second. Now, let me play you a song that uses like a line cliche. Oh, I can do My Funny Valentine, I guess. Let me try that one. I haven't played the melody in a while, but let's try it. I'm
going to do a little voicing octave. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions right now? It seems like you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. So let me see. So let's talk about the voicings now on the fifth string. If you're having a problem looking at this, make sure you ask me some questions, or let me know. But text me at 718-768-7736. Let me just make sure the phone is on here. If you have any questions, also, if you don't have any, if you have a request or anything about what I'm talking about or what I'm doing, please let me know. I'm going to show you a couple of accompaniment styles too as well. Let's talk about the fifth string root, though. So remember so when we talked about the C chord like this in the sixth string, that actually comes from the open string E. So you should know your open string chords from the sixth string root from the 6-string root and the 5th string and the 4th string root. So they're based on the E chord, the A chord from the open, and D. So those are the most common. These are all root position chords. Now we're only talking about root position. There are a lot of chords with no root positions, of course. We can get into that later, but you have to really know these well. So from the A chord, we can go up to the C bar chord. Okay. So this is actually the same voicing as the 6-string root chord, but only the last 5 strings of the 6-string chord. So you're going to basically alter the same notes, but of course, there's some very common fingerings that we have in these chords. So you're going to have the C major, then you're going to have the C major 7, which is C major is 1 3 5. The C major 7 is 1 3 5 7. C dominant is 1 3 5 flat 7. Now here's where it gets weird. You're going to have to omit the 1st string. Oh, sorry. And then play. Sorry, I'm playing minor 6. You have to play the 6. You're going to have to play the voicing just like this. Okay. For this voicing, okay, the 6th chord is 1 3 5 6. You should be able to arpeggiate these chords too. Every possible fingering too. Now, remember that you should be able to play all your arpeggios and fingerings of anything that you learn as many possible ways as possible. Like if I'm playing a major chord triad, okay, I'll show you all the ways I play. That's the same octave. Same string. I played it so many different ways. That's just in the same octave. So you should be able to do your arpeggios just like you should know your arpeggios in every key. Any arpeggio with any possible fingering. I mean, I learned this from studying with the great Pat Martino. He basically practices every possible fingering, every phrase, just like that, especially with chords. Okay. Now, so we did the basic chords of the 5th string root bar chord based on the open A string chord. We did the C major 7, C dominant, C6. Now you're going to go, I'm going to make the minor do the same thing, like Michael and Valentine. So C minor major 7, C minor 7, C minor 6. That's when you have to change the fingering. Again, like this. And omit the 1st string. The 1st string, excuse me. Or the 5th degree, I meant. That's very, very common, okay? Now, there's other voicings you could actually do too from the 5th string root. I have to do it like this on the, I'll do it on the F chord like this. This is based on the open string C chord, and move that up. So you should do major 7th, dominant, 6, sharp up. You can do it from that chord to 5th string root, which is based on the C chord. Now you can do minor. This is harder to play. Okay. And then to do minor major 7, I omit the actually the 2nd string now to the 6th, sharp 5, etc. So you should know all these basic voicings on the 5th string root, okay? So people always ask me, so how do you do these bass lines and with all the comping? So what I do is I do a combo of different rhythms, but most of the time I use the 3rd and 7th like this on each chord. If I'm playing I'm talking about most chords that have like 7th harmony. So like a C major 7, the 3rd and 7th is the E and the B. So I'll play that different ways. My walking bass exercise in the key of C up diatonic was that pattern. Now, I'll just let you know that
Bucky Picciarelli is the one that told me to actually do this. So it's it's actually a good thing. And actually, when Freddie Green would comp guitar chords, since we're talking about accompaniment, he actually would play those kind of voicings. So, like if he's playing a blues, like let's say blues in C, we're in C. That's the easiest thing to do. He'll go. Now this is a jazz blues. Now the best way to play this actually is to play it acoustically as possible. So this is a jazz blues in C. So this is a very common comping pattern in jazz, which you should know really inside out. It's the Freddie Green comping style, which looks easy, but it's not very easy. I worked on it for years with Bucky Picciarelli. Actually, I should be playing acoustic like this. Might have a hard time hearing me. You should have a mic on the guitar too, like this. I'll turn it up a little bit. Bucky said if you play through an amp with this style, that you should always play as soft as possible, because you're supposed to blend in with the bass player and practice with the bass player. Now it shouldn't sound like this. That's wrong, he said. You got to really play it with this finesse, but it's much more technically to get into Freddie Green. It'll take a little while. It will take like a whole lesson, a whole hour, to figure out the technique of your right hand, because you're not actually playing every note. You're playing like playing every note on the beat, on beat 1, and then playing like the 4th string basically on beat 2 and 4. So you get this sound when you're going really fast, like this. So that sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. So that's the Freddie Green style. And what happens usually too is, like, for example, if you're playing a blues, one technique is to always keep this, no matter what chord you're going to, keep playing the 6th string. And that's the one thing I learned from Bucky. So if I'm going from a C7, I'm going to keep the C in the bass when I get to C7. So it sounds like this. So this is C root position, then C7. Actually, 2nd inversion with the 5th in the bass, which is a C. So I'm going to play the whole blues right now, keeping the 6th string. Depending on the chord I'm playing, keeping the 6th string on the bottom. So it's going to be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. See what I just did? I basically kept the 6th string there. That's a technique that Bucky used when you're comping actually in a big band. You just keep the 6th string root there to keep that bottom there of the chord. But you should obviously know how to switch between, all the roots too, like this. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit so you can see my hand better. We can do this. I'm going to actually hit the roots this time. Remember, I'm only playing the first 6 strings of the guitar. Now I can do a different position. All roots. Now, if I'm going to play this on the 7th string, well, using the 7th string of this guitar, the 7th string, I was just playing the 6th string like I was playing a 6th string. I would actually start, if I'm playing on the 6th string root, I would play 6th string root. When I get to the F, I'm going to play this down here now. Understand? I'm replacing the 5th here. The 5th string for the 7th. So let me play you any chord that has a 5th string root now, or voicing, I'm going to play on the 7th string. So watch this. You see? Oh, it's a little dark on the right-hand side of the guitar. Okay. So watch this. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to switch position. Open. Now, do you notice every time I get a chance to play that open A string, I will. When I'm playing the 7th string. So in this case, when I went from C, I went from C to F. Then went up from the E minor. Instead of hitting the A like this, I hit that open A string because I want to get that. I want to get that low note. Now this is really unique. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn toward the light a little bit. Someone's telling me. Someone sent me a message. Move toward the light. I'll put the light closer. That's better? Okay. Now, so when I hit the E minor, okay, back to the A7, I'm actually hitting that open A string. So that's the difference I would make between the 6th and 7th string. Then when I get to the D minor, double that, or you can use this chord. Remember, I'm just keeping the 3rd and 7th. Mostly on the, when I play the 3rd and 7th, just so you know, when you're doing the Freddie Green comic style, you're basically just playing the 3rd and 7th, always on the 3rd and 4th string. Like that, you see? Now with accompaniment styles too, you don't have to stick exactly to the chord progression. I do a lot of things like tritone substitutions. Now, what is a tritone substitution? If I'm playing like a C7, instead of playing C7 for like if I'm playing C7, I'm approaching the F7 chord. What I'll do is I'll play a half step above the target chord, which is the F. So I'm going to play an F sharp or G flat, and then go to the F. So that way it makes the song sound more interesting. And also I'm not playing the same harmony out, so I'll go like this instead of going like this. For the first 2 bars, I'll go. I could go a half step below and approach the chord back to C7. I could go, when I do the 2-5 to the G minor to C7, go back to the F, I could just go instead. So that's a tritone substitution. So the tritone substitution for a C is an F sharp or a G flat. Watch this. So I did a tritone substitution of the C, which is a D flat. It's kind of like a G7. F sharp diminished. Go down chromatic to the A. These are all substitutions, so you don't have to play the exact chords. Now a lot of these substitutions are actually we call turnarounds, because we're actually turning around through the changes. Approaching different chords, getting to the 2 here, the D minor to 2, the key of C to the 5/7. So I'm going. I'm approaching. I'm actually doing a chromatic passing chords, going to the D minor. like doing these different reharmonizations that are very common when you're actually playing, so that you don't sound, because bass players are actually doing that all the time. They're going. So they're actually naturally doing it. So you can actually do that with your chords too. Follow the bass player like this. Now, we can get to this whole thing about walking bass lines as well. Now, I gave you an exercise on my on the Patreon account about walking bass lines, and they're really basic skills that I gave you, just root and third, just root and fifth basically, or just roots. The best way to really play bass lines and do them well is actually to what's the word? Learn bass lines from other bass players, because that's the best way to actually play the bass line. And so I'm actually a bass player too, so I would actually transcribe these kind of things. Let me move this back a little bit so you can see me better. My face, kind of weird, huh? So, that's that's what I actually try to do. Is what I would actually advise you to do is learn bass lines. So we've been talking mostly about swing kind of patterns, comping patterns, and chord voicings. Now, please, if you have any questions, I know there's only a few people watching. It's about a third of my patrons on Patreon, but I'm glad that you're watching, because you can actually go back and look at this video stream. So I'll have the link up on my Patreon if you missed this. Okay. And also, if there's any questions, please let me know. So another, there's some other styles that I like to get into with comping. I mean, there's bossa nova style. Okay. So you saw me playing today. Okay. Oh yeah, Reggie has a question here before I keep going. Learn a bass line, then harmonize them. Yeah, you could actually. So if I'm playing, like, let's say a blues, like for example, a bass player would, the typical thing a bass player does is to get to a, like from a C chord to an F7, C for one bar, then F7 for one bar. He would just go, and then he'll play a D, D sharp, E, F, and then go back down. Then he'll go F, and then E flat, D, D flat. I mean, so you could actually play the chord like this. What I did was I just played the very beginning. I just played the chord on the beat and then stopped it to do the rest of the bass line. Do it again. I mean, that's very common, but you can actually harmonize that too. You can actually go up diatonically. Oh, sorry. Also, I could just take the same chord and just slide it up there. Now going backwards, I could do. I did the third inversion of the F7, going down. Did D minor, then D flat dominant. Back doing that same bass line. So you could do either a bunch of different things. You could do diatonic. What I do too is I do a lot of parallel motion. Parallel motion is actually this is for Reggie and everybody else. You could take the same chord and just slide it, approach another chord. It's very common in big bands. And like, I just took the same chord, slide it up a half step or up a half step. I mean, a half step from below or half step from above. So if I'm doing a bass line and I'm going, I can slide that whole thing up. Sounds good. Then when I get to the G minor, I just go up a half step from that G minor. Now, all these bass lines are bass lines I actually learned from before. So you don't have to play a chord under each bass note. You can actually, you can actually hit the first beat and then continue. You can continue to play the bass line. And so I'm going like, I can go like this, watch. Now you see how I'm holding the notes sometimes, and sometimes I'm actually not playing the chord at all. You don't have to play the chords all the time when you're doing the bass line. It'd be like too much if you just went. Does it sound natural?
Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And what was I gonna do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now doing a practice session in front of you. And this is hard to do, to practice in front of people You know, so I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. You know, and show you how I practice. Like I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bunch of stuff, you know, and you know, so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Um, Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. So I'm actually live right now, and it's a practice session, and I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. I sent a chat. Hey, hello, Keon. How's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here, and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session. But before I do that, I'm going to actually get people on TikTok right now. You know, so let me see. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live there. I'm going to say practice session. I'm going to adjust the phone for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session. Number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing, but